Honourable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer, thank God, who in the beginning is not we should look at with your blessing. So just be Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, I'd like to say anything. I want to welcome all of you who have come, and I believe the rest are coming, especially the front bench. And remember, today we are receiving the ministerial policy statements. The other members, I want to commend you for the good work you doing for the house, legislating the people. Honorable Hart, we missed you. Honorable members, pursuant to section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act, Parliament is required to analyze the policies, programs that affect the economy, and then the annual budget where necessary. And this is the rationale why we are requesting and why we are asking that the policy, the ministerial policy statements must be laid on table today. And what pursuant to section 13, subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management Act and Rule 146, the rules of procedure, the front bench is required to present the ministerial policy statements for the financial year 2023-2024, and that is supposed to be done today. Under our rules, it's supposed to be done by 15. So we opted to have it done today, so that we will have enough time to go back then. And similarly, under Rule 147, the alternative cabinet, I think this is led by supposed to present the serious statements, the alternative policies, by 29 this month, that's March. So we also require that report to study them and refer them to committees. Rule 149(1) of the Rules of Procedure requires that the sectoral committees of Parliament look at the ministerial policy statements by 20th of April. They should have reported back to the House. And we are asking these committee chairs to ensure that they look at these ministerial policy statements and report back to the House before 20. Because we need time to understand these reports, debate on them, and they have to report to the committee, budget committee, have the reports laid on table and forwarded to the various committees. I want to thank you once more for coming. Today we have a little congested order. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, beginning of this parliament, I want to commend you. You had a very big tent. Bigger meetings take place at parliament. Madam Speaker, I want to be helpful. President, under Article 101 of the Constitution, may request to address parliament. But there is nowhere either in the Constitution or in our rules of procedure that it must examine the debate. That MPs must debate to test COVID, to leave all their items, and then go to Kololo and they are subjected to harassment by security. Yet the Constitution says he may request which ministries you are meeting at your MPs. Madam Speaker, I wanted to be very good. Why did we buy a very big tent for big meetings and now we abandon it? We subjected this inhuman treatment to Kololo. And Madam Speaker, most important, because the president considers Kololo his venue. You remember, even when we raised the matters of order, he ran to the microphone and he was the one who answered it. Because he thought maybe we were in his compound. The Honorable Seongo raised the matter of order. And he quickly ran to the microphone and started speaking, even before the permission of the speaker. So, Madam Speaker, can you persuade the president that if he wants to speak parliament, people want to listen to him, that he comes to this parliament here. If he doesn't want to speak from inside, then we go outside and he addresses us from the tent. Instead of someone just to what he has done to his compound, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Senator, and that's a very good concern. First of all, the order of Honorable Semuju was not a correct one, because once the president is speaking, it must be heard in silence. Two, the head of parliament is the speaker, and the speaker decided that because of the limited space, and we expect all the 555 members. So we opted to have it in that open place. It is not actually the president that is saying. If there is anybody to be blamed, then we should blame your own leaders. And that is not the president's venue. That is our venue as Ugandans. It is our venue. Kololo belongs to us, it does not belong to the president. It is actually State House that belongs to the president, not his compound. And just feel free, nobody is going to harass you. And we'll have our session. There was something.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your very kind part, as always. I've just allotted you, Madam Speaker, and as I was walking into the chambers, I received a call from my community that an international bridge given away and has collapsed. And this is on our international border between Wera, Condé, and the actual border. Madam Speaker, first of all, we want to thank government, specifically the president, that when it gave way in 2020, I allotted the president, and he took action by directing the Minister for Works. Madam Speaker, I'm asking very kindly that in the same spirit, government undertakes, I've just communicated with the manager, UNRWA, in Kasese, and he's right now on site. The feedback that I've just gotten from the manager is that they don't have capacity to address the challenge of that scale. Madam Speaker, I'm asking you very kindly to direct the Minister for Works and UNRWA to ensure that they mobilize and assemble the technology or technological capabilities and structural support we need to have that challenge addressed as soon as immediately, Madam Speaker. I really
Thank
want to
you.
appreciate you
Thank
for your
you.
generosity.
Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. This is an occurrence that has just happened and has been reported. I beg to request that the district local government of Kasese would make the report available to the relevant ministry. In my humble opinion, the Ministry of Works and Transport, see that if there is something that can be done in the interim or under an emergency arrangement. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Can you have a letter from the district? Straight give us a copy. It's a procedure.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Just gotten feedback from the manager, UNRWA, that he has contacted Kampala, and I've also tried to reach out to the minister, which is not the first occurrence. Government has always stepped in, and I appreciate that the necessary support needed will be delivered. Thank you very much.
Government, I think you need to issue only statements in all those areas that are prone to disaster. So that they can, they are not much. Because this is really rainy season and you can't do much. Something that you can't do. Yes, number.
I just want reason to put the procedure. The constitution which he has put that is Madam Speaker, as a member of Parliament, I have seen the constitution. And I don't know what the matter of that. But since we can talk about the president had to say this, I wanted to propose that this will be sustainable.
But are you aware that the president has ministers that represent him?
Madam Speaker, I request.
Okay, you move a motion to suspend if you think you want the president to listen to you.
Madam Speaker, that's how now they don't want to think of the yes.
Of course, you can't
So
read, can't read, we will give you.
Madam, that's how I'm saying you, Madam. That we have the chance to.
Nathan, we have very important things to discuss. Nathan,
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My humble request to you, Mr. Pluto of Weeks, ministers, as they lay their policy statements on the table, they must equally put the same members. Really, I would want this honorable parent to be more knowledgeable look at the sectors of this country, fairly. But it's only one copy that comes here and possibly some session committees. We used to have all the session of all the policy statements. I can look at one for water, one for presidency, and I have a record. It is not a lot of money to have each member having a copy of all the statements. The iPads cannot serve. If you feel that they can serve, some of us who want to have a record, let's have. I thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Government Chief Whip. The members are asking for copies of the ministerial statements which are going to be laid on table.
Right Honorable Speaker, to the best of my recollection, we had a rule under the COVID-19 period where the institution of parliament made procurement for iPads for all members of parliament.
There's a procedure matter.
Unless this particular rule
Madam
is
Speaker,
suspended.
Madam Speaker. Our two colleagues, the Honorable Alan Sewanyana, Secretary. We are released and we are very happy. This morning, all the newspapers have names of colleagues, including the Honorable Prince Board, who have been summoned by police over iron sheets. He has not briefed this parliament, and he knows how much pain we face when MPs are sent to jail. So the procedure issue I'm raising is whether a suspect under investigation can continue addressing parliament.
Honorable member, Honorable Semoju, Honorable Ogua is not a suspect. He is not a minister of Karamoja. There is nowhere reported in this country that there was theft of iron sheets. If iron sheets were given to Honorable Ogua or to anybody else, I told you people, iron sheets were taken to my district without me knowing. Am I thief? Let them, I have said several times, everybody must carry his or her own cross. Don't start diverting people. If somebody diverted iron sheets, that's his or her problem. We did not ask for them, we did not apply for them. And secondly, our people in Bukedi are not vulnerable. They are also vulnerable. They are poor. You get it? Eh? So they served to the poor. And the iron sheets, to my recollection, were given to government schools. We are complementing what government is doing. So Obua is a very clean man. And since you're trying now to divert me, I don't. You're trying to divert me. Let me now go to the point. Honorable Bua, I know what you're talking about. It's about costs of printing 556 ministerial statements. We'll look at it and get back to you. Let's look at it and see how we handle it. And it's really good for our members to have that information. It's a good thing. Because when they are going to the committee, they should be equipped with the information. Yes, Jonah?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the Shadow Cabinet, I'd like to assure you that the alternative policy statements on our side will be ready. We started the processes long time ago, and we have been on standby to take advantage of any slack on the side of government. But Madam Speaker, the main point I would like to make is that in the past,
some ministerial policy statements have been laid here that do not meet the standards, even how they are brought before this house, including laying ministerial policy statements of the previous financial year just to hoodwink the house that they have made something. I would like to invite you, Madam Speaker, to pay critical attention and ensure that the policy statements laid here are actually on the side of the government is for the financial year 2023-2024. And there are ministers that have failed to meet the deadlines of this house and they have been going smoothly. This time, I plead with you that these ministers must face sanctions by the end of or if they don't lay those ministerial policy statements.
Thank you, Honorable Jonathan. We want ministerial statements for 2023-2024. And I will ask the chairpersons of committees to verify these statements and report back to the House, whether these are the correct statements and whether they get to the standards that we require. Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students from Conqueror Secondary School and Rena College, Mayuge. They are represented by Right Honorable Lukia Nakadamba and Honorable Idi Isagide. They are here to observe proceedings. You're very welcome. Thank you. Please stand and we see you. Thank you so much for coming. Join me in welcoming them. And thank you for sending very good members of parliament. Please sit. In the public gallery this afternoon, still we have officials from Serere District Town Council, represented by Honorable Omoding Emmanuel Okabe and Honorable Adoa Helen, Minister of Fisheries. Serere, you're most welcome. This is your parliament. We are taking very good care of your MPs and you have very good MPs. Keep bringing them back. Thank you for coming. I am not campaigning, I'm just appreciating my members. Next item.
Item 3, bills first reading, the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2020.
Honorable Minister of Public Service. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and members. Honorable Speaker, I have Public Service Pension Bill, and I beg should be read for the first time. I beg to submit. I beg to move. The bill is entitled Public Service Pension Bill 2023. I beg to move. I beg to read. Now, so many of you are confusing the list. The bill stands referred to the Committee of Public Service and Local Government pursuant to Rule 121 of the Rules of Procedure and Rule 1292, the Rules of Procedure. Thank you. Where is the certificate of financial implication? Right Honorable Speaker, I was given this bill today. The certificate is there. The certificate is here. I beg to please lay the certificate. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I think government has a duty. You can go around picking people to be ministers, but at least train them. That a minister of government, you appear to lay a bill and you don't even know what to do.
and you are just being helped even with the certificate of finance. I mean, don't make government look so simple. Madam Speaker, can you ask the chief government whip to organize a retreat for? Some of us can volunteer to go and train them.
Honorable Semuju, all of us have gone through training, and learning is a process. You used to be a journalist. You came now, you're a very good legislator. Congratulations. Next item.
Item 4, laying of papers. Item 4A. Item 4B, ministerial policy statements and budget estimates for the financial year 2023-2024. Item 4B1, the Ministry of Health.
What happened to the private sector development? Honorable members, the ministerial policy statements and the budget estimates for the financial year 2023-2024. And we are doing this pursuant to the Public Finance Management Act, Section 13, subsection 13, and Rule 1461 of the Rules of Procedure that requires us to get the ministerial policy statements, and we'll start with our own parliamentary commission.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to lay the ministerial policy statement for vote 104, Parliamentary Commission for the financial year 2023-2024. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The policy statement stands referred to Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs.
Item 4B1, the Ministry of Health.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg today the Ministerial Policy Statement, Health Program, Sub-Program for financial year 2023-2024, and other sectors under it, and I want to lay.
Which vote is that?
Vote 014. Ministerial. I beg.
You read all the votes in the policy statements.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to lay on that table the Heritage Program Sub-Program for Ministry of Health for financial year 2023-2024, vote 104, and other sectors there in it. Vote 114, Uganda Cancer Institute.
You said vote 104?
So vote 104, Ministry of Health.
That is Parliamentary Commission 104.
Right Honorable Speaker, the vote is 014, Ministry of Health. And the other sectors there, vote 114, Uganda Cancer Institute, vote 115, Uganda Heart Institute, vote 116, National Medical Stores, vote 127, Uganda Virus Research Institute, vote 134, Health Service Commission, Vote 151, Uganda Blood Transfusion Service. Vote 401, Mulago Hospital Complex. Vote 402, Butabika Hospital. Vote 403, Arua Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 404, Kotokoto Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 405, Guru Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 406, Soima Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 407, Ginger Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 408, Kabare Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 409, Masaka Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 410, Mbare Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 411, Sorot Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 412, Lira Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 413, Mbarara Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 14, Mubende Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 415, Moroto Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 416, Naguru. Vote 417, Kirudu Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 418, Kawempe Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 419, Entebbe Regional Fire Hospital. Vote 420, Murago Specialized Women and National Hospital. Vote 21, Kayunga Referral Hospital. Vote 22, Yumbe Referral Hospital. Vote 612, local governments. And the other annex here attached. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Referred to Committee of Health.
The Ministry of Local Government.
Local government.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As I had begged, they are processing it and in 10 minutes it will be here. Thank you, Right Honorable.
You've just known today that we need them.
I did, but there are problems in the ministries.
So what?
Yes. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I had begged you that the PS is processing and in the next 30 minutes it will be here. Now it's 10 minutes to the time we limited and I beg that you be patient with me.
Honorable Government Chief Whip, we asked for these reports from the beginning. This report should have been processed from the time we passed the last budget. And we have been telling you we need these reports in the House today. So what problems do your ministries have? Honorable Minister, we need your report in the next 10 minutes. We are not going, somebody said the minister should be punished. We don't want you to be among them. Please bring the report. Bring it in the next 10 minutes. You can even get out to go and follow it up. Please go and follow it up.
Most obliged, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Next.
Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, allow me to repeat myself for the words of the Speaker. That I'm doing this pursuant to Section 13, subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, and the Rule 146, Section 1. The rules of procedure of Parliament, and I therefore beg to lay on the table the Ministerial Policy Statement for the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, financial year 2023 and 2024. The voting number is 004. Vote name is Minister of Defense. I beg to lay that one and speak.
Thank you. Refer to Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs.
Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries.
Agriculture. Are there no other votes in the defense and veteran affairs? Okay. Agriculture? Honorable ministers, you need to come with your copy. These are our copies.
Right, Honorable, I want to apologize that our copy is not among this, and we expected it to be here. As you introduced my team, I came today to Parliament, especially to welcome the team from.
Helen is on maternity leave, so she has just come to.
So I want to beg
see
you to,
her.
thank you.
So can we, even when you leave, can we have the report, follow it up with your team? 10 minutes, Helen. Next.
There is a minister approved by this parliament for agriculture. Why should a colleague who is on maternity leave be the one coming? And certainly it's natural that you expect her not to be organized. So where is the minister that was passed?
You cannot say women who are on maternity leave are not organized.
I said for
We
parliament.
withdraw your statement. No.
Madam Speaker, I am
The
very
women
sorry.
of this parliament cannot allow that
I am
statement.
very sorry.
Even your woman will not be happy.
I am very sorry. I meant where is the minister for the one in maternity leave to be the one who coming here?
Honorable Helen Adoa, Minister of Fisheries, can you?
The following votes from the Stroke 142. Stroke 1.
Okay. Read the vote number and the name. And the vote number.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Vote 1001. And it is authority. Vote 121. Resource Center and Data Bank. The National Agriculture Research Organization. The National Agricultural Advisory Services. Cotton Development Organization. Vote 155. The Uganda Coffee Development Authority. Vote 160. It also includes MDS that contribute to agro-industrialization program like local government agriculture grants. Vote 601. KCCA agriculture grant. Vote 122. Ministry of Local Government. Vote 011. Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Vote 015. Ministry of Water Environment. Vote 019. East Africa Community, Code 021. National Planning Authority, Code 108. And Uganda National Bureau of Standards, Code 154. Therefore, I beg to lay.
Please lay. And refer to the Committee of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries.
Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs.
Justice Chairman.
Right Honorable Speaker. In accordance with section 13, subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, I present to Parliament the Ministerial Policy Statement for the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, together with the 7 allied statutory institutions. It is for 512.139 billion. Now take the honor, table the policy statement, the ministry, and these are the votes. 007, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. 102, Electoral Commission. 105, Uganda Law Reform Commission. 106, Uganda Human Rights Commission. 119, Uganda Registration Services Bureau. 133, Directorate of Public Prosecutions. 148, Judicial Service Commission. Finally, 311, Law Development Center. Right Honorable Speaker, beg to pay.
Thank you. Please lay. Refer to the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. Thank you so much, Honorable Mao.
Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Finance.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the Ministerial Policy Statement for Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development under the following votes. Vote 008, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Vote 123, National Rotaries and Gaming Regulatory Board. Vote 129, Financial Intelligence Authority. Vote 130, Treasury Corporation. Vote 138, Uganda Investment Authority. Vote 140, Capital Markets Authority. Vote 141, Uganda Revenue Authority. Vote 143, Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Vote 149, National Population Council. Vote 153, Public Procurement and Disposal of Assets, PPDA. Vote 161, Uganda Prison Authority. Vote 162, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. And vote 163, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. I beg to lay right.
Please lay. Refer to the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Ministry of Internal Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable members, pursuant to section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, I beg to lay on the table Ministerial Policy Statement for the Ministry of Internal Affairs for financial year 2023-2024, covering all the 6 votes under the ministry, notably vote 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs headquarters, vote 120, National Citizenship and Immigration Control, vote 135, Government Analytical Laboratory, vote 137, National Identification and Registration Authority, vote 144, Uganda Police Force, vote 145, Uganda Prison Service. I beg to lay.
Thank you, please lay. Refer to the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs.
Ministry of Education and Sports.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the Ministry of Education and Sports has requested humbly to lay its ministerial policy statement tomorrow. May I humbly convey their request to you, Right Honorable Speaker, if it pleases you to grant them the latitude. Thank you.
Proceed, yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, we could not in perennial absence the Minister of Education and Sports this house. And she is a, as you know, an experienced dignified lady. His presence would add a lot of value to this house. The chief whip is appointed to whip that side to be here and to whip them into attendance. I have noted with concern that the consistent conduct of the chief whip is actually to keep ministers away from the house. The duty onto the minister in these circumstances is to come and ask for that extension, that she is delegating chief whip or her whip to do. If not find your pleasure, that you instruct the chief whip or ask the minister to come and explain her inability to come to parliament consistently, persistently, and perennially. And 2, to desist from stretching his mandate of whipping people into attendance and doing the opposite. I respect the fact that the minister doubles as the first lady. That's a very dignified office in the land. But she has a duty equally as a person paid to do ministerial work, to be in parliament and probably go and attend to the husband after 5, because we also have people to attend to. As you are aware, Madam Speaker, I have a lady to attend to, I have a wife to attend to, and children. But we are dealing with a minister who does not have young children.
Honorable, she has grandchildren. Honorable members, I've always seen the Minister of Education online. She attends virtually. That is 1. 2, kindly present the report on education tomorrow without fail. Next.
Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities.
Honorable Minister. Yeah, Minister of Tourism.
Right Honorable Speaker, I was requested by the Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities to lay the ministerial policy statement on behalf of the ministry.
How many ministers are in tourism?
They are 2.
They should stop disturbing you. This is the last time you're laying for them.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, pursuant to section 13, subclause 13 of the Public Finance Management Act as amended 2015,
subsection 13.
subsection 13 and rule 146, sub-rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to lay on table the ministerial policy statement for the Ministry of Wildlife, the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, covering board 022, that is the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, board 117, Uganda Tourism Board, for the financial year 2023-2024. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry. Next.
Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Yes,
Madam Speaker, our rules change to allow MPs to attend virtually. You have said the Minister of Education is online. Can we hear her ask for permission to read tomorrow?
Honorable Ibrahim, you won't tell me you've become the speaker today. Next.
Ministry of Public Service.
Minister of Public Service. Trade.
Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Minister of Trade first. Chief Whip, Minister of Trade.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Trade was represented by Honorable David Bahati, who requested for some little time to go and receive a copy of the ministerial statement to be laid.
But do you people know that you have to present that report to the office of the clerk first before you bring to the house? So you're just getting it from the road there and bring it direct to the house. That is the property of Parliament of Uganda, and it is the clerk to sanction whether it should come to the house or not.
Madam Speaker, as you know, my close relationship with the Chief Whip is far deep. And that's why I raised with a very heavy heart. Because the Chief Whip has just said the ministry was represented by the Honorable David Bahati. What were the terms of representation, if not to lay the paper as it appears on the order paper?
Right Honorable Speaker, just as I stated, for members who were here before, honorable colleagues, you saw the Honorable David Bahati. He came, in my humble opinion, with instructions, one, to lay, but also to attend to other matters that will be raised by honorable members on behalf of the minister. And he requested to move and come back and lay, I believe, to fulfill the processes that the Right Honorable Speaker has talked about. Thank you.
So can we have that report laid? Let him know that we need the report. Next.
Ministry of Public Service.
Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, in accordance with Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, I beg to lay the ministerial policy statement, the financial year 2023-24, Ministry of Public Service, Board 005.
Thank you, President. Thank you. Next. Yes, Honorable Pio,
Right, Honorable
you
Speaker.
have only one
Right,
vote.
Right,
Yes,
Honorable
Opio.
Speaker, under Rule 146 sub 2G, it provides for a certificate of gender and equity responsiveness to be provided. But I'm not seeing any of the ministers laying that as one of the documents. So just want to seek clarity whether we are proceeding well when this certificate of gender and equity is not being provided.
A finance minister will table that one, they don't do it individually. We have a finance minister. Please,
Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development.
Gender. Helen, you can do it from there.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank you for that consideration. Unfortunately, the books were already here. So I'm bringing it on behalf of the ministry. Right Honorable Speaker, pursuant to section 13, subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, I hereby lay on table the municipal policy statement for vote 018, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development for financial year 2023-2024. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Presley.
Right Honorable Speaker, pursuant to section 13, subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, I hereby lay the municipal statement for vote 124, Equal Opportunities Commission for financial year 2023-2024. Right Honorable, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Presley. Thank you, Helen. Next. Refer to Committee of Gender, Labor and Social Development.
Ministerial, Ministry of ICT and National Guidance.
ICT.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg and request that you allow the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance to lay a ministerial policy statement. I beg.
What is the reason of you laying tomorrow? Didn't you get the instructions that we need them on 14?
There are some few things which we are finalizing right now.
Honorable members, when we talk about some ministers not respecting directives of Parliament, now you can see them. You can see them. ICT should be number one even to have your documents ready.
Right Honorable Speaker, I respect this institution, but I beg for indulgence, right Honorable Speaker.
And I want to remind you people, we are doing the work we are doing it for you, for everybody. It's not that we need them as Parliament.
Madam, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. There seems to be something fundamentally wrong with the workings of the ministries. The other minister said the ministries are having problems. The minister in charge of ICT is telling us there are things. What are those things? You cannot come on the floor of the house and tell us there are things. Are these ghosts that are stopping you from performing?
If there is anything hindering the performance of ministries, this
Ah.
is your home. Tell us what the problem is so that Parliament can help you.
As far as I know, there are no problems in ministries. The problem could be with the people, not a ministry. Next,
Office of the President.
Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament. I beg to lay on table the ministerial policy statement for the president with the following.
Honorable Chopper,
Yeah,
Honorable Chopper, that they want to see your face. No, he has flu. He has flu. Let him put on his.
Vote 001, Office of the President. Vote 002, State House. Vote 023, Ministry of Kampala, Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs. Vote 107, Uganda AIDS Commission. Vote 112, Ethics and Integrity. Vote 158, Internal Security Organization. Vote 159, External Security Organization. I think.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of Presidential Affairs. Thank you, Honorable Chopper. Tourism, Trade.
Ministry of Tourism, of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the Ministerial Policy Statement for the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. 115, Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. 136, Uganda Export Promotion Board. 115, Uganda National Bureau of Standards. 106, 619, 5. Financial year 2023, 2024.
Thank you so much. Refer to the Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry.
Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development.
Honorable Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to request that the Ministry of Lands in the circumstances be given up to tomorrow to lay the ministerial policy statement for the ministry. And if they fail to, the honors will be on the Ministry of Lands.
Next. Yes, Majat.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, is it not procedure right that we get to know the circumstance? He is quoting the circumstances that he has not made us privy to. May we know the circumstances under which?
In the circumstances that they are not in the house at the moment.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Foreign Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Foreign Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, pursuant to Section 13, subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 146, subsection 1, the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to lay on table the ministerial policy statement for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the financial year 2023/2024, covering votes 006 and votes 501, 528, covering all our missions abroad. I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
Ministry of East African Community Affairs.
East African Affairs. East African Community Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the Public's Financial Management Act, as already initiated by you, I hereby wish to lay before this House statement, Ministerial Policy Statement, Minister of East African Community Affairs, financial year 2023, 2024, code 021. I hereby lay.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of East African Community Affairs.
Ministry of Energy and Mineral.
Energy.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It's a time good to join the elders. Right Honorable Speaker. First one, the sections already my leaders have said. I beg to lay on table the Ministerial Policy Statement for Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development financial year 2023-2024 under votes
Right Honorable Speaker, you have mentioned so many, you have made references to
Please
so many.
sit.
So can he specifically tell us which act and which section you are quoting? Because the speaker has guided the House and has quoted so many. So we don't know the particular one you are talking about.
All the ministerial statements are laid under section 13, subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management Act and Rule 146, sub-rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure.
That's wonderful. Speaker, if I am requested to read out the other, the statements are here.
You know, they are age mates, so. Size mates.
Thank you very much. You know, age mates play. We don't get annoyed. Those days of annoyance have gone, and there are remaining days for playing happiness, ready to go where you usually know people go. Okay.
Please lay the documents.
First one to section 13, subsection 13 of Public Finance Management.
I've already given you the citation. Please
Thank
just
you.
lay.
I beg to lay on table Ministry Policy Statement for Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development for financial year 2023-2024 under the vote 017. Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and vote 139. Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources.
Ministry of Water and Environment.
Honorable Bua requested to lay.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to lay the ministerial policy statement for the Ministry of Water and Environment for the financial year 2023-2024, covering the following boards. 019 Ministry of Water and Environment, 150 National Environment Management Authority, 157 National Forestry Authority, 109 Uganda National Meteorological Authority. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Bua, but ask those ministers if they are allergic to Parliament. Because they have 3 ministers and none of them can be here. Refer to the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources.
Ministry of Works and Transport.
General, while you're not here, welcome. We have a bridge in Kasese that has given way.
Right Honorable Speaker. I already got communication on about that bridge. And funeral is already proceeding.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay Parliament. Works and Transport. Board 113, Uganda National Road Authority. Board 118, Uganda Road Fund, and Board 609, the local government. I beg.
Thank you so much. Refer to the Committee of Infrastructure, Fiscal Infrastructure.
Inspectorate.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the policy statement for the Inspectorate of Government, vote 103 for the financial year 2023-2024. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs.
Minister of Local Government.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to lay the ministerial policy statement for the Ministry of Local Government for financial year 2023-2024 for vote 011, Ministry of Local Government, vote 147, Local Government Finance Commission, and vote 601, 935, all local governments in Uganda. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of Public Service and Local Government.
Public Service Commission.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I beg that Public Service Commission. Yes.
Madam Speaker, we all know that it rained today. But you cannot afford to have ministers coming in Parliament with blankets. You saw the one of. It is like they are going to attend a funeral.
Pardon?
It rained today, but the requirement under our rules to continue being smart. Coming here in blankets. You saw the one of public service in total violation of our rules, Madam Speaker.
Can we have Public Service Commission? Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg that you allow us to lay tomorrow because Public Service Commission is not ready for today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Item 4A, the Private Sector Development Program Annual Performance Report.
There is a procedure.
Honorable Speaker, we need your guidance. Understand that the government on your right undertook an exercise of rationalization. This one has impacted greatly on the performance of the MDAs, with some not certain of their existence tomorrow. Just today, in my committee, Public Accounts, Central Government, we are dealing with the situation where government simply woke up and closed the ministry, said no movement inside, no movement outside. And now we see the laying of these ministerial policy statements without clear guidance. Who is winding up when and how by government on what that policy of rationalization is going to do some of these MPs with ministerial policy statements. We are going to start examining, maybe wasting time as you're examining. They tell you this one has been closed down.
Attorney General, we need to hear from you on the issue of rationalization, because whatever we are hearing is still hearsay. We don't know whether you bring the document to the House agencies or not. And then we also need to know, have you done a budget for those agencies that you're proposing to rationalize?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, agencies that were created by law remain legally existent until Parliament has pronounced itself otherwise. The expectation is that any ministry with an agency whose intention it is to be rationalized must provide budgetary provision for it and continue with its existence until such time as Parliament has pronounced itself otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In light of the communication by the Attorney General, the Ministry of Energy, as one of the ministries affected, presented here on the reports. Report 123 of the Allocation Agency is not covered in the Ministerial Policy Statement presented here.
Is REA still in existence? Was it created by an act of Parliament? It was by statutory instrument, not act of Parliament. Yes.
Speaker, the trap. We passed here budget for air. When we finished passing the budget, that government that is usually disorganized came here pleading that now you transfer the agency together with the budget. That's what happened here. And I thought that's the point that the Honorable Medard was making. You make us here process budgets, and later you show up saying, please, can you transfer the agency together with its budget?
Honorable Speaker, I raise on a point of order. With due respect to my brother, Honorable Semju, who is a part of this government as a legislator, in order to say that government which is disorganized, yet is also serving the same government. In order, Speaker. Yes.
Madam Speaker, my understanding, when a statutory instrument is issued, it is a subsidiary legislation and remains in force until it is cancelled. And that has not happened.
Wasn't it
deliberate
revoked? Wasn't it revoked?
Right, Honorable Speaker, that statute is not revoked.
Can we have a copy of the revocation?
Yes, we shall always provide.
Please bring it tomorrow so that we're able to see. Yes,
Minister of
yes, the minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Attorney General for the statement he has made. However, Madam Speaker, UNRWA, as one of those entities that were created by an act of parliament, of recent has been discharging some of their people and not accepting new employees. Even those who were in are now being told to prepare to exit because the entity seems to be moving. So maybe can we seek clarification on that? Because whereas you seem to have guided well, but somewhere underground, there's something that is going on. Maybe can we seek that clarification? Thank you.
AG,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I actually know some entities which are not the subject of rationalization where people have been terminated. But it's allowed in law. Doesn't mean that because a person is removed from the payroll, that entity is rationalized. My guidance to government is an entity that was set up by law can only be removed by law. So if however they are doing it, we shall go back and look at and speak to them, but the position of government is until Parliament has pronounced itself, those entities remain on the statute, they remain on the statute book and remain valid and must continue to operate as such entities as set up by laws of Parliament.
thank you. Where is the Minister of Works? Minister of Works, is what is being said true about UNRWA? Are people being laid off? And what is the reason?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I've just read the Ministerial policy statement, and among the quotes I read is UNRWA. So I am not aware of some people being laid off because it has not come as an official arrangement. But if some people are retiring at their own choice,
General,
I cannot.
can you help this house find out the allegation that is being brought by Honorable Angora and report to us?
I will.
Thank you.
Much obliged.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we are aware as a parliament that the Ministry of Science and Technology was expanded. But this parliament was able to give instructions to the agencies that were going to implement that decision of parliament, that the staff of the Ministry of Science and Technology should be taken care of, and if possible, all be absorbed where the operations and the functions of science and technology was going to be transferred under State House. However, Right Honorable Speaker, this parliament has been divided by the people who are supposed to carry out that decision, because the staff of that ministry have continued to come to some of us who are members of parliament and stating their point, that a pain that they have gone to the Ministry of Public Service, they have gone to the Ministry of, to the State House, and they have not resolved the issue of their employment. So, Right Honorable Speaker, at this material point, when we are talking about the budget, can we also know whether some of those staff have either been paid off and laid off, or they have been absorbed? Can we be told in accordance with the instructions that we are given? I thank you.
Public service? Can we get a response from public service to that effect? And since we are going to look at the policy issues, all the committees should get interested in whatever is being raised.
Right Honorable Speaker, about the employees of former Ministry of Science and Technology. It is still work in progress. And the minister is still working together with the technical team to have a clear structure for that STI. And
Right, Honorable Speaker, to the extent that I understand how government operates and under the law, these are not servants of a particular ministry. These are people recruited by the Public Service Commission. And they are public servants. And public service has the responsibility to recruit, discipline, transfer, and even retire. They are not recruited by the particular ministry, except if there is an ad hoc arrangement, which is not official. The clarification I'm seeking from the minister. One, before you took the decision, close down this ministry, what arrangements did you make for these public servants? Two, are you paying them? And if so, for what? Because they are not working for us. You have not retired them because the law does not even allow you anyway. Retire them that way. You close the ministry, you must have measures for their relocation to other ministries. And three, how did we get here? I mean, Honorable Seven, you talked about disorganized government. My language is mine. It's not in the same terms, even when I mean the same. The question is, how did we get here that public service can remain silent? I think it's a year now. We have civil servants employed by government. You wake up and close the ministry and you throw them on the street. So would you answer whether you are paying them and for what? I'll receive information from Angura.
Honorable Minister, I need a report on the floor tomorrow on the action that you're taking. Those are your staff. They are not staff of innovation, and still even on the staff of RARE. We need a report on what you've done, where you've placed them, and the same question that Honorable has asked, are you still paying them? And if you're paying them for what?
thank you very much.
Right, Honorable Speaker, it's important for the minister to know that recently we buried the brother of one of the officials of this parliament. And why did that person die? It was actually felt that this person died because of too much pressure. This man had risen in his profession up to a certain level, was laid off, he had a family and all that and all that. And you all know, and the brother is here, so I don't want to mention. But that brother died because of, from humanitarian perspective, a person who's professional was risen to some height, and you just throw that person on the street just by stroke of a pen. It's very unfair, Right Honorable Speaker, for that kind of action to be done, and the Parliament of Uganda keeps quiet. So it's very, very important that the minister must come also to tell us who have not been paid since this ministry was closed. The ministry was closed with a budget with that agency. So we want to know who has been eating the salaries of this staff, which were budgeted for. So you have to tell us. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The information I wanted to give colleagues. Where we hosted her in the meeting of select committee about science and technology investigations, that actually the ministry was not consulted. They were also ambushed by the closure of science and technology. So they are suffering consequences of the disorganization that Honorable Semunju spoke about earlier. They're not consulted. They are just suffering with the problem that's not out of their creation. So as we ambush her with the questions, the bigger man should be the one to answer the questions we are asking. It wasn't her desire. Thank you.
Who is the bigger man?
The chief executive of this country. Of the procedure so that we put these questions to the president and respond to these concerns of this country. Thank you.
You know, when you raise a question like that, the representatives of the president are here. And they answer them for and on his behalf. So they are here acting on behalf of the president. So you don't need him.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I saw the Honorable Ministers clapping while
Honorable, yes, Angora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is actually a very serious issue. Honorable Cecilia has talked of one person who died. Just today, we're interacting with a team that was coming from that sector. And one gentleman told me that they have so far lost 5 staff. 5 staff who have become destitute. Others have started driving taxis. Professionals, scientists. They are really so disappointed, but they don't know how to move on. So Minister of Public Service, whereas they gave some opportunity to be fixed in the different ministries, it was not done in an organized way. People had to look for opportunities in other ministries. It is something we must take
Public
seriously.
service, give us a report tomorrow and what has been done and what you are planning to do. You cannot make our scientists just die like that. Much obliged, right, honorables. Both on rare and the science. 4-1.
Kampala Capital City Authority.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to read the Ministerial Policy Statement for Kampala Capital City Authority for financial year 2023-24. Vote 1 to 2.
Thank you. Refer to Committee of Presidential Affairs.
Item 4A, the Private Sector Development Program Annual Performance Report.
Madam Speaker, I beg to read the Private Sector Development Program Annual Report for financial year 2021-2022. I beg to read.
Thank you. Refer to the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Item 5, motion for adoption of the report of the ad hoc committee on the Bujagali tax waiver.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm standing here to seek your guidance on the provision of the law. I'm referring to Public Finance Management Act, subsection section 13, subsection 13, 14, and 15. I've looked at the votes of the Ministry of Finance, and I've looked at the votes of the Ministry of Health. Right, Honorable Speaker, with seriousness, when a minister stands here and reads the votes, ministry and the votes of the agencies or the departments, all the information as required by subsection 4 and 5 should be in that ministerial policy statement. I have looked at the one of Ministry of Health. Last year they had a problem because it was not very detailed as required by law, but this year, from what I've seen, is is well done and well structured. But I've looked at the Ministry of Finance, which is actually in the kitchen to distribute money to the various ministries and agencies. I am surprised, Right Honorable Speaker, and this must attract your attention, that the Ministry of Finance has given us the Ministry Vote 008 and has read, is on record today, that he has also given us the vote for a vote 123, 129, 130, 138, 140, 141, 143, 49, 153, 161, 162, and 163. However, when you subject that to section 14 and 15, it is lacking. You read the ministerial policy statement, it only gives you details of vote 008. All these other sub-votes which I have read are not here. Right Honorable Speaker, this is very serious. Because for me, I was interested in one of the attractive vote, which is vote 129 for Financial Intelligence Authority.
There is a procedure.
Financial, when you're asking for information, I have to give you. I'm not refusing.
Procedure.
Oh yeah, I'll give you.
It is the speaker to give you.
I'm saying
There is a procedure matter, Let's
Madam
respect
Speaker.
our rules.
Is the House proceeding well, given that we have read the policy statement? You have referred them to the committees. We recognize that the Honorable Stereo Board is moving faster and we appreciate that, but is the House going to be subjected to scrutinizing the policy statements in the House before they go to the committee? So that was the work of the committee. Are we proceeding well with this information from Honorable Stereo Board?
Honorable members. Honorable Dur Jonathan addressed this matter, that as we refer this to the committees, the proper format must be interrogated. The committees are supposed to interrogate. They are supposed to look at all these documents where they do not meet the format that is required under subsection 14 and 15. They have the right to reject them and ask for a better format, and or come back to the House and report that under Ministry of Health, what was given to us does not fit what we want. That's one of the reasons why we are sending this to the committees. And I had already guided that committees take in interest in these reports. Where it is substandard, it does not meet the format, send them back.
Speaker, I appreciate your
And
guidance.
actually what Honorable Cecilia has seen is what we are telling committees to do. That's what we want committees to go and do. And you're right to say that.
Right Honorable Speaker, last year, the Minister Bahati was in the Ministry of Finance. And the reason why I'm very interested to see anything coming from finance, I know why. And today, they have shot their own feet by even trying to interrogate me when I'm trying to help them to be smarter. So, Right Honorable Speaker, sometimes as members of Parliament, we look at the obvious. But I'm trying to say, until we subject this to subsection 13, 14, and 15, we would have failed in our duties. I beg to submit.
Now, that is what the committee is supposed to do. Look at 13, 14, and 15, and where it does not fit the format that is prescribed under the law, you do reject or come back to the House and report.
I first of all want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I'm very certain that an intelligent speaker would do exactly what you have done. I can therefore certify. My concern, though, is the presentation of these ministerial policy statements. are time bound. And it is our duty. First, if on the face of it we see that what is presented is not a ministerial policy statement, which is our principal responsibility before we even go to the committee. We have a duty to point that out. And when we do that, therefore we save ourselves the burden of failing or joining the executive in failing to comply with our rules and the law. Secondly, that by the time the committee reports, might even be out of time. And this one is not to tempt the speaker to change her ruling, but to appeal for humility and wisdom from our colleagues who are presenting these policy statements. It doesn't cost you anything conceding and rectifying something that is obvious. I hope and look forward to seeing that we are able to comply with the time limits in the event that the committee is established. That actually what is presented is not a ministerial policy statement as required by law, bearing in mind this, we are at the edge. Tomorrow is the last day. So let me suggest, with your permission, Madam, that the ministers liaise with the site between today and tomorrow, and probably be able to rectify what is not proper. It is about all of us as an institution. Yes, we have blamed them enough, but what do you do when your brother fails today and tomorrow?
Honorable members, under Rule 147 of the Rules of Procedure, this other side will also provide the alternative. They are going to do it. I happen to have been a member of Sectoral Committee of Presidential Affairs. The first thing the committee does is to check on the compliance audit. They do a compliance audit, whether the policy statement that has been provided in the committee is not a dummy policy statement. And that is the first step. And where they find that it's dummy, they will reject it instantly. So let's give the leadership, committees and members of the committees some time to look at these reports and report back. And I've said where it does not comply, reject it. So I'm also waiting for yours from this side.
I definitely make an undertaking that once we receive something that complies with the law, we'll have a response.
And we expect your response before 29th of this.
Yes, it's a response to the
Thank
ministerial
you.
policy statement.
Thank you.
Item 5, motion for adoption of the report, of the ad hoc committee on the Jagali tax waiver.
Honorable members, for proper context, you recall on the 18th May 2022, during the consideration of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022, this House stayed extension of 5 years waiver of corporate income tax to Jagali Energy Limited. The House instead granted 1 year pending parliamentary inquiry on the terms and the conditions of the agreement between the government of Uganda and Jagali Energy Limited, and the effect of this agreement on the power tariffs in Uganda. The consideration of this report has coincided with the time for budgeting process, because we are now in the budgeting period. So we are looking at the report that was referred to the committee. And I want to the front bench. I have got complaints that why do we always have select committees? Honorable members, as you are aware, that rule 190 and 191 mandates this house to appoint a select committee and an ad hoc committee to inquire on various issues that may be beyond the jurisdiction of any particular standing committee or sectoral committee. The use of the select committee and ad hoc committees is therefore within the law and within the rules of procedures of this house. There is a saying that we get select committees to use the committees to fight people. We are not fighting anybody. We are using these committees to do work for you. So that assumption of yours of saying that we are using select committees, and for your information, the select committees are doing very good. And the powers to appoint a committee of various committees is anchored under the Article 9 of the Constitution of Uganda. So we are not acting outside of the law. I now invite the chair of the ad hoc committee to come and make a presentation of their findings.
Madam Speaker, the procedural issue I am raising relates to the communication that we have just made. The Committee on Presidential Affairs was assigned to investigate the disappearance of Iron Sheet. But there are two things that, Madam Speaker, for which you may need to guide this house. There are media reports, the president complaining that parliament is wasting time, the thieves are known. But also instructing police to investigate, leading to the summoning of some of the suspects. Procedural issue I'm raising, Madam Speaker, is whether our committee should not report immediately before that report is overtaken, because we may make a recommendation that the minister so and so is removed when he's already in Louisiana.
Honorable Semuju, we are not wasting time as parliament. That's one of our roles, to do an oversight duty, and that's what our committee is doing. The only thing that we cannot do is on criminal matters. Where there is a criminal matter to the effect, we'll refer it to those bodies that handle that, and will not be overtaken by this. The committee is currently in the Karamoja. They should be back. No, they have gone to Karamoja. I am the one who said. The committee has gone to the locus, and they will report back where they were supposed to be. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Before I present the committee's report, I beg to lay on the table the following documents. The report, the ad hoc committee on Bujagari tax waiver and the accompanying minutes. The report of the ad hoc committee on Bujagari during the study visit to the Minister of Energy, Kenya. The initialing agreement between government of Uganda, UTCL, IPS Group, World Power Holdings, the shareholders agreement between Bujagari Holding Power Limited, SG Bujagari Holdings, Bujagari Energy Limited, and government of Uganda dated 8th December 2007. The power purchase agreements relating to the Bujagari Hydroelectric Power Project between UETCL and Bujagari Energy Limited dated 13th December 2005, 25th May 2007, 6th December 2007, and 18th June 2018. The assumption and novation deed dated 24th July 2018. The amended and restated implementation agreement relating to the Bujagari Hydroelectric Project between Government of Uganda and Bujagari Energy Limited. The Bujagari Energy Limited audited accounts and financial statements for the year 2006 to 2021. Secondly, right honorable colleagues, I speak and colleagues, allow me to make 3 corrections in the report. Under 502.5.2 TOR2 and TOR3, the second line of the recommendation, 3, page 25, allow me to correct the report's record to capture US cents 5.72 kilowatts instead of 6.55.
Honorable members, do you have the report on the iPads?
That the report is corrected. Because the report is supposed to be signed by members and brought to Parliament when it is ready. But to begin correcting a report that you are going to present to Parliament, it has never happened in the history of this Parliament, Madam Speaker.
What is being corrected?
Right, honorable Speaker, we are just making a minor correction to type. The report is signed.
What specifically are you correcting?
Right honorable Speaker and colleagues, we are making 3 corrections on page 25 to record capture of US cents 5.72 per kilowatt instead of 6.55 per kilowatt. And right.
That's a significant change. You know, we are talking about figures. Can we have a change of that and countersigned by all the members?
Right, honorable Speaker, I beg to request that you allow me to proceed with the report and all this and the changes.
Yes, Cyrus, first it,
Right honorable Speaker, to error is human. But what is to me is very important is for us to follow the procedures of the House. I think it's not bad for the committee to go back and finish up whatever is remaining and then they bring it. Because after all, it's not even a big correction in terms of volume of work. I mean, the implication is big, but in terms of the work, if they're an agreement, the question now before the House is, how sure are we that the correction is agreed to by the entire committee? And that becomes the real question.
the principle of materiality.
Yes, materiality, and that is really very, very important. So, Madam Chair, I would therefore, Madam Speaker, beg that the committee goes back and quickly fixes whatever needs to be fixed.
Honorable Katesh, we do appreciate the work you've done. Enos, you have something?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. When you read the report and you listen to Honorable Patesh, what he wants to change, it's immaterial, Madam Speaker. It will not change, it will not change the message in the report. I can guarantee you,
You know, a report is credible when it has quantitative and qualitative.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Now, the qualitative is what you're talking about. The quantitative, the materiality principle. There's an accountant in front of you.
Madam Speaker, allow me for.
Honorable Xavier. Honorable Xavier. Now, this is about people who know figures.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. When you are referring to a unit and you consider what Honorable Katesh has talked about, it's actually material.
I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Katesh, can we have your members sign? Counter sign the correction, and we have you on the order paper tomorrow.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
You can even print that part and just sign afresh. Thank you. Can we have the next item? And honorable members, that is a report you must listen and contribute to.
Motion for adoption of sub-regional oversight reports on the parish development model.
We will refer to the sub-regional reports to tomorrow. Can we look at the bill?
Item number 7, the order paper, bill second reading. The law revision miscellaneous amendment bill 2022.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that law revision miscellaneous amendments bill 2022 be read for the second time. Beg to move.
Is the bill seconded? Seconded by Silas, by Nebanda, by Aru, by Julius, Onen, Mbwa. That Mbwa, both Mbwas, by the ministers, by the whole house. The two dogs are supporting. By Linda. Can you speak to your motion, your bill?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, members of parliament. Under this parliament passed the Law Revision Act 2020, which required the laws of Uganda to be revised every 10 years. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the last revision of the laws of Uganda was done in the year 2010. So we are behind by a couple of years, but in the year 2000. So we are behind by a couple of years, only about 22. The purpose of the law revision, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleague, is to clean out the act and bring up to speed the laws that are remaining on the statute books up till now. During the preparation of this, the editorial committee does go out and review all the laws that are in our statute books. And I hope and pray that today we shall pass the law revision amendment bill. I beg.
Thank you so much. Attorney General, can we now have the chair present the report? Is the chair in?
Madam Speaker and colleagues, I beg to present the report of the Secretary Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for the Law Revision Miscellaneous Amendment Bill. I beg to lay copies of minutes of the meeting being held. Please, Madam Speaker, I propose to read a summary because it has been uploaded. On 23rd December 2022, the law revision amendments bill 22 was proponent to 128 Parliament
read for the first time and referred. Yes,
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Chair, you just take us to the abstract, the summary.
Madam Speaker, the procedural issue I was on has been corrected. I wanted to know whether it was procedurally right for the chair to put her bag there when she was not laying it on table, Madam Speaker.
The chair is a lady.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't ask
You
if
know,
I could lay it on the
a chair is a lady. And secondly, she had to ask for permission to lay on the table. So she was only just having it in here and there for convenience.
The Law Revision Miscellaneous Amendments Bill was in accordance with Rule 128 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, read for the first time and referred to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. The process involves the cleaning of the statute books and ensuring that it's up to date. In Uganda, the Law Revision Act 4/20 empowers the Attorney General to, in consultation with the Law Reform Commission and by statutory instrument, order a revised edition to be prepared by the Commission. The Act further empowers the Attorney General to ensure that a revised edition is prepared every 10 years from the date of the last revised edition. The object of the Law Revision Miscellaneous Amendments Bill to 22 is to provide for the repeal of specified acts, to provide for the conversion of fines and other financial amounts in specified laws to currency points, to provide for the conversion of financial amounts expressed in pounds in specified laws to currency points, to provide for the amendment of several laws to correct the anomalies in those laws and to effect the decisions of the Constitutional Court and Supreme Court, to transfer provisions in the Finance Act to the relevant laws and to incorporate provisions of winding up with the Collective Investment Scheme Act, the Partnership Act, the Cooperative Societies Act, and related matters. In the process of analyzing the bill, the committee held consultation with a number of stakeholders, namely the Attorney General, Parliamentary Commission, Uganda Law Reform Commission, Uganda Law Society, Law Development Center, Judiciary, Makerere University, Ministry of Health, School of Law, Makerere University, and the Director of Public Prosecutions. The report examines the amendments proposed by the bill, its legality, effect, and effectiveness, and the mischief it intends to cure. The committee generally supports specific observations and recommendations. Under clause 1, the bill seeks to repeal a number of enactments for various reasons, including redundancy, being spent, being affected, or superseded by government policy, as well as those affected by amendments to other laws. Whereas the committee is in support of these laws, it's of the considered opinion that there are a number of legislations listed for repeal that still serve practical and legal value to Ugandans, and repealing them will deny Ugandans services obtainable through the enactments. The committee recommended that a number of enactments be removed from Schedule 1 of the bill since they are still relevant. Further, as a consequential amendment, the committee also recommended that certain acts to be amended to incorporate various provisions scattered in other legislation. Clause 2 proposed to amend the laws specified in Schedule 2 of the bill by substituting the fines and other financial amounts in those acts into currency points by using the formula in the Law Revision Fines and Other Financial Amounts in Criminal Matters Act 2008. The committee observed that in converting the fines in some acts listed in the second schedule, there was non-compliance with the modification formula prescribed in the Law Revision Fines and Other Financial Amounts in Criminal Matters Act. In that regard, the committee recommended that the fines under some provisions be revised in accordance with the Law Revision Fines and Other Financial Amounts in Criminal Matters Act. Some of the acts proposed for modification were noted as either listed for repeal or have been repealed or amended by various enactments and are no longer good law, thus should be disregarded. Under clause 3 and 4, the bill proposed to modify fines and other financial amounts in the Act 120. The committee reviewed the provisions of the bill and noted that whereas the proposal was welcome, some proposals should be rejected since these provisions were declared unconstitutional, and some need to be rethought since a wrong formula was used in modifying the provisions of the bill.
The committee recommended the addition of clause 5 and schedule 5 bill that proposed to modify the provisions of the law by substituting the financial amounts expressed in currency points specified in those provisions with financial amounts expressed in Uganda shillings as it contravenes section 5 of the law revision, fines and other financial amounts of Criminal Matters Act. Clause 6 of the bill proposes to modify fees, values and costs prescribed in various enactments listed in the sixth schedule to the bill to reflect the actual fine, fees and values prescribed in other laws have a bearing on the enactment. Whereas the committee finds merit in the proposals contained in the bill, there is need to remove from schedule 6 enactments which have been included but are not modified through an act of parliament or through a statutory instrument. The committee notes that in some instances, the enactments have been included in schedule 6 for modification, where such enactments have not been in any way amended directly or indirectly by any legislation. These are being modified by repealing them on grounds that they are not complied with. Non-compliance with a provision of any enactment cannot be a ground for modifying fees, values, or fines imposed thereunder, except where the enactment is directly amended to remove fees, fines, fees, and value. Clauses 11 and 12 of the bill make provision to the law relating to bail under the Magistrate Courts Act and the Trial Indictments Act. Currently, the Magistrate Courts Act and the Trial Indictments Act require a person to only be released on mandatory bail if he or she has been in detention before trial for 480 days in case of capital offenses and 240 days in all other cases. The committee notes that the said provisions were found to be unconstitutional for having set bail provisions that were inconsistent with the Constitution. Clause 14 of the bill proposed to amend sections of the Penal Code Act that are intended to remove the reference to seditious publication and to restate the offense of publishing false news. In regard to this clause, the committee recommends that the deletion of some sections of the Penal Code Act be in order comply and to give full effect to the decision of the Constitutional Court. The committee further recommended new clauses deleting some sections of the Penal Code be introduced, since those sections under the Penal Code Act are superseded by specific laws. Under clause 16 of the bill, there are a number of proposals to amend the Succession Act by repealing, substituting, and amending in some sections. The committee observed that the provisions being amended are those that were either introduced or amended under the Succession Act, Amendment Act of 2022, and relate to witnessing of wills, termination of contentious matters, and the treatment of caveats once brought to the court. The committee therefore made a number of recommendations that included rejection of the proposals that were redundant and did not introduce anything new. The committee noted that whereas clause 20 of the bill that sought to amend a number of sections of the Divorce Act would go a long way in dealing with the decision, the Uganda Association of Women Lawyers, FIDA, and others as Attorney General, they do not entirely address some of the issues raised in other similar decisions. Clause 21 of the bill sought to amend the Administration of Parliament Act up to 57 by inserting a new section relating to the remuneration of members of Parliament. The committee recommended with justification that clause 21 be amended by restoring the duty to determine members' emoluments in Parliament in compliance with Article 85 of the Constitution and Section 6 of the Administration of Parliament Act up to 57. Clause 22 of the bill proposed to amend the Parliament Powers and Privileges Act by substituting Section 14 with a provision that allows a member or officer of Parliament to give evidence without seeking special leave elsewhere of any contents of any document laid before Parliament or a committee of Parliament. The amendments proposed are therefore intended to give effect to the decision of court, which outlawed the requirement for special leave. The committee was of the considered opinion that the amendments proposed in
Did you just hear what the chair said about your salary? I didn't see you excited.
The amendments,
Go ahead.
the amendments proposed are therefore intended
to give effect to the decision of court, which outlawed the requirement for special leave. The committee was of the considered opinion that the amendments proposed in respect of unofficial records of parliament are redundant in light of access to information and procedure of parliament. The committee further noted that in addition to some of the provisions cited above, there are other provisions that courts have found to be unconstitutional. Hence recommended that the bill should be amended to give effect to the decisions of court. The committee proposes that the bill be passed subject to. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Members, you've heard the report of the chair. It's a very good report. Yes,
Honorable Speaker, but I want to appreciate the office of the Attorney General, presented by the Attorney General, who is right here. The law requires that we do these amendments within 10 years. But this has come after, I think, led by, yes. Okay, in short, we did it outside the required time. But I want to appreciate the Attorney General for the fact that at least, together with the committee, you have put in an effort to bring these amendments. Madam Chair, the issue of constitutionalism is very, very paramount. Once the courts of law declare decisions and the House doesn't move to effect the changes, it affects the whole country. I'm happy today, these law revisions have been brought to the floor of Parliament. And I want to challenge this House not to even delay in giving a go ahead to approve these amendments, so that as a country, the people begin to see the benefits of these amendments. Because I can tell you, so many people are suffering because of what? These decisions which have not been effected in the changes. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I want to applaud the committee and applaud those who did the research, but there is one aspect that I want to point out, the issue of consultation, the methodology. Why did we include the general public? I have that concern. You mentioned the LDC, you consulted the, I think, FIDA and the rest. Isn't it open to the general public so that those who have an issue to say also have the window to share their feeling about this particular process? Let me take the information from my brother.
Honorable Silo, I thought you consult the personalities who have interest and who know the matter that you're talking about.
Madam Chair.
You want to tell me that you want to bring people all the way from Bumi municipality and say we are consulting you on this?
Madam Chair, I obey your
You had
voice.
started very well, that we should even move faster and have this. I thought the next thing you're going to do was to bring a motion.
And that's what I'm about to do. But before I do it, because I wanted to go on record, you know, we have to protect the public interest in this process of Parliament. Because we are saying this people.
Which people did you say were invited?
LDC was
Are
mentioned
they
in the
not part
report.
of the public?
Yes, but this is an institution. I'm now talking about the general public. Because there may be those who have specific interests and they will have interested in themselves. But that doesn't put the report in jeopardy. It doesn't. And the good thing, I'm here to represent them. And therefore, for that matter, I beg that, Madam, let me first take information before I put in my motion.
Court. Be take.
Thank you very much, the honorable member, for accepting information. I believe
I am the one who allowed the information.
most
Take.
of the chair.
The
Through-
shadow deputy speaker, I gave you.
Thank you very much.
By the way, was this lecture?
My lecturer on points of accountancy that I think I am loose of what you taught me. I am now probably more rooted in what he did submit on, and that's why I'm going to inform the House. Oh, the committee, I must appreciate you for the work you did. As a lawyer who has been in the trenches of practice, today, what you've asked this parliament to do is to perform their tripartite role in governance of this country. The executive comes up with the intended amendment. The courts of law goes ahead to interpret what we would have done as legislation. And whenever there are lacunas, such interpretations are given meaning in our courts of law. But eminent delay for over 20 years would make these laws made or interpreted in courts of law de facto. And the most important and prominent one is the decision that the feeder decision versus Attorney General, that the community that I hail from, that has been suffering and grappling with the issues of return of bride price for years, you will find parties citing these decisions in courts of law, but Parliament has remained adamant, indolent, to appreciate that this should be caught in books of law. And your decisions today to bring it is a stellar performance, and it is a silver bullet that we have got as a house. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the information.
Thank you. Ajat?
Thank you so much, Chair. I find the committee's work really, really impressive. Because when you suggest to change the currency points we have made laws of recent, and these laws we are taking into consideration what is the currency point to decide what be the desirable fine. But now when you change it around this time, it distorts all what we had in mind in the laws that we made recently. I'm really happy that the committee did not accept that amendment. I'm also very happy with the considerations that have been made about bail. I find the committee's report very acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Naomi?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I would like to appreciate the committee and also the leadership, but also the Attorney General for having looked at this. There are many Attorney Generals for you, but probably they did not look into this. So I appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
Having said that, we are going now to look into these laws. As you have initiated looking into these laws and those which are maybe have done to be like also, may you also take this to look into the implementation of these laws. We make laws in Uganda, and very good laws for that matter, but implementation becomes zero. So may you, as you have looked into this, can you also go back and look at these entities so that they can put these laws that we make into use so that Ugandans can benefit? Because we always see the laws that are being implemented as the trafficking. People, they also use it because they want to get money, terms, and stuff. But we have many other laws which are there. Can you help us so that our laws are not just made here, but I mean, they are just kept without any action? I thank you.
Thank you. We have always talked about implementation and creating awareness of the laws that you've passed. Yes, give that.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to appreciate the chair of the committee and the Attorney General for this very important bill. Right Honourable Speaker, looking at clause 11 and clause 12,
that talks of mandatory
That is clause what?
11 and 12
Why don't you discuss that at committee?
in the report. Yeah, that's why I was trying to emphasize, Madam Speaker. Looking at that, Madam Speaker, bail is really very important for our people. Madam Speaker, according to the law, when someone takes about 480 days, the person is mandatory to get bail and 280 days for the capital and other offenses, Madam Speaker. Right now, as we talk, we have other people who have been in prison for more than 10 years, 15 years, and they don't know their fate and they don't know what will happen next. Therefore, Madam Speaker, this bill is very important. And finally, I would like the Attorney General to tell us the laws that is going to be amended, the areas that are going to be amended. I really feel in the report, you did not specify the areas that you feel and it's going to be amended. Thank you.
Jonathan?
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Mine is clarification of areas of the committee. The first one is related to section 154, which deals with the adultery and the fines there, which is prescribed as 200 shillings up to 1,200, which has caused a lot of issues in the communities. Most of the murders and some of these assaults are related to the amount in compensation that the man can get if he catches his wife in an adulterous situation. But I want to know whether it has now been provided for the woman also, because the law was looking at only the one side of a man who catches the husband in adultery. But now that we are modifying, I want them to clarify whether you have provided for that and you have brought up to speed the amount in fines with the current economic standard.
AG, can you clarify that?
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, we did bring the import of the Mandela Kazibwe case into the law about the grounds for divorce. However, we have not dealt with the issue of adultery because this was just revision. We're just cleaning out what was there. But we anticipate the concern that is being raised by the honorable member.
Chairman, Natural Resources Chair, you are the one to speak next.
But no, we did not actually address the issue of that fine. And as we go through the clauses, we shall actually explain to Parliament the challenge we have found in this law revision, which we'll have to address at an appropriate time. We found a challenge in the conversion because of the direction we have taken currency points. So we'll explain as we go through the clauses. Yeah.
Chair wants to speak.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice in thanking the chairperson of the committee for coming up with these proposed amendments to our laws. And particularly, I want to point out the law regarding adultery, that this law is long overdue for amendment, because as you are all aware, as you are all aware, the law is really obsolete. The penalty for adultery, as you know, in our laws is very, very obsolete, and it is a high time it is amended. Right Honorable Speaker, I want also to clarification. So I'm just seeking to get
Silas, those are matters of the heart. There is a motion here. There is another adulterous man here.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. The Bible has a very interesting story of the adulterous woman who was captured and taken to the Lord Jesus.
At least he allows adultery, not homosexuality.
Yes, right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the instructions of Jesus was, let ye who has not sinned throw the first stone. And nobody threw a stone.
Honorable Fox, you're a member of the committee.
Thank you, Right
But I can allow you to speak on adultery, not homosexuality. Yes.
Madam Speaker, that was.
Chair has not finished. Chair is not.
Madam Speaker, I also just want to thank you. Yes, the reason I want to thank you is that you specifically pointed at me to make a submission, but also to thank you that on Sunday, you delegated me to represent you, which I effectively did. And that is a vote of confidence that as I was just walking out to ease myself, you again called me. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for that trust that you have in me.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to conclude. My two concerns, the first one, the Attorney General has ably responded to it about adultery. The second one, Madam Speaker, I wanted to know from the committee and the move of the bill, their opinion on the Witchcraft Act, Cap 124, which was made in 1957. In light of also some of the interpretation by court, the Salvatore Bucchi cases and the rest, if it has been taken into consideration, and whether we still need this act as well, and it's part of the amendment that is going to propose in the future to deal with this. Those are the two concerns that I wanted to raise.
Thank you. Chair. AG, let's clarify that there's a motion.
Witchcraft Act is not one of the acts that is obsolete or has been handled in this revision. Salvatore Aboki only dealt with the fact that it is wrong. It's repugnant. So you read it in light with Article 274 of the Constitution and bring it into the reading of the law. But we did not do it through revision. That one will require some substantial amendment.
Yes, motion.
Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee. I want to thank the Secretary General. I beg to move that now we go to Committee of the Whole House. Because I look at the House and we have said what we wanted to say, and the committee has done a good job. I beg to move.
Is it
That is good
seconded?
vision.
The motion seconded by Linda, by Edie, by Itoma, Feta, Peter, the whole house. Thank you. I now put a question that the law reform miscellaneous amendment bill 2022 be read for the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
The Law Revision Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2022 bills committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause one stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 2,
I put a question that clause two stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
clause 3,
I put a question that clause three stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
clause 4,
I put a question that clause four stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
clause 5,
Clause five, deletion.
Clause 5, conversion of financial amounts not being criminal penalties from currency points to shillings. Delete clause 5, justification. Clause 5 and schedule 5 propose to convert financial amounts not being fines in specific legislation from currency points to Uganda shillings contrary to section 5 of the law revision fines and other financial amounts in criminal matters. This will expose the financial amounts expressed in Uganda shillings to inflation, since the Uganda shilling faces inflationary pressures, which erodes the value of financial amounts. Yet, if the same financial amounts are expressed in currency points, they are shielded from inflation, since the value of a currency point is known and is constant. Clause 5 and schedule 5 reverses a policy of government to express all fines and financial amounts in all legislations in Uganda in currency points.
AJ,
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, first of all, we have no objection to the proposal for the deletion, but this is what I wanted to explain on the issue of currency points. Currency points are now denominated in all our legislation for fines, levies, penalties, all of them throughout both criminal and civil laws. A currency point, if the currency points are changed for criminal law, they automatically affect a change in the civil law. So, for example, you may want to increase the penalty for theft in the Penal Code Act, and it could affect the fees payable under the Petroleum Authority Act. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we have no objection to that, but we shall move an amendment, a consequential amendment to that in light of that clauses 8 and 9 as a result of this deletion, so that we bring it back within the ambit of the law, and at an appropriate time, we come back to the House and address this issue of currency points, so we make it well aligned. I beg to submit.
Honorable Osman,
Chair, we align ourselves with the proposal by the committee, because the proposal by the committee addresses the reality, but also the concern by the London Attorney General must be addressed, because the issue of currency points has now been standardized. So it's important that it is reflected across all our pieces of legislation.
thank you. I put a question that clause 5 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6,
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
clause 7,
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
clause 8,
I put a question that clause 8.
Clause 8, Right Honorable Speaker, in light of the deletion of the schedule 5, we are proposing that clause 8 be deleted from the bill. Clause 8 be deleted from the bill.
Osman,
Chair, it's a consequential amendment. We have
I put a question that clause 8 be deleted from the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
clause 9,
Clause 9, Chair.
Clause 9, amendment of the Interpretation Act, Cap 3. Clause 9 of the bill is amended by inserting after paragraph A the following. Section 44A. Statutory instrument may prescribe fees, charges, and fines in convertible currency. A statutory instrument approved by the cabinet may prescribe fees, charges, and fines in convertible currency. Justification. The proposed section is currently in section 1 of the Finance Act 1987, Cap 175. The Finance Act 1987, which contains only this provision, is to be removed from the statute book under Schedule 1, paragraph 28, and it will create a lacuna in law if not included in the Interpretation Act to empower the description of fees, charges, and fines in a statutory instrument approved by Cabinet.
AJ,
Right, Honorable Speaker. Because we have chosen to go back to the position that that Parliament has taken, that we should denominate everything in currency point. It would cause a bit of confusion to have this. We propose that be deleted and left in the statutory, in the legislation where it sits. And if Parliament feels the need to provide for convertible currency in that particular legislation as opposed to the Interpretation Act, it does so specifically for that act. I propose that this provision be deleted.
I think, Chair, I think it's important for us to remain flexible and to allow the different pieces of legislation that we make the latitude. So I would propose that we adopt the amendment by the land, I mean, the proposal by the landed attorney general.
yes,
The contrary, for me, I'm an accountant, those are lawyers speaking. Madam Chair, the currency point is also affected by inflation. I say so because right now, in our schedules, we say a currency point gives us 20,000. But 20,000 of 1990 is never the same as 20,000 of 2023.
so
The
what's
only
your
difference
amendment?
that we get is that the minister under the law is entitled to revalue
What is your
currency
amendment?
points. And therefore, I would think for purpose of consistency with other laws and ease of changing the value of a currency point, we continue with the currency points. Thank you.
Is that the amendment?
It is within that, because they are talking about the USD change of currency, change of, yes, it is within the spirit.
I put a question that clause 9 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Chair,
Clause 10 of the bill is amended by inserting immediately after the word amended, the words in section 122. B, inserting immediately after the word as, the word subsection, and C, substituting for the proposed subsection to the following. 2, notwithstanding subsection 1, the officer shall, in accordance with the requirements of the Access to Information Act, permit a person to give evidence derived from unpublished official records relating to any affairs of state. Justification for clarity to specify which section of the Evidence Act is amended and the proposed subsection 2.
No objection, Madam Speaker.
No objection.
I put a question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary. Ayes have it.
Clause 10 as amended.
I put a question that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Chair,
Clause 11 of the bill. Clause 11, Amendment of the Magistrates Court Act, Cap 16. Clause 11 of the bill is amended by inserting immediately after paragraph B the following: C, in section 195 by repealing subsections 2 and 4, D, in section 204 by repealing subsection 4, E, in the third schedule by repealing paragraph 31(8). Justification: the amendment proposed to section 195, 2 and 4 is to remove a restriction on the quantum of costs that may be awarded in order to ensure that costs are determined on case-by-case basis, to recognize a practice of court on award of costs and allowing appeals to the High Court against any award of costs, and to harmonize the section with Schedule 6 of the bill. The amendment in section 2044 is intended to recognize a practice of court which allows appeals in cases where a court presided over by a chief magistrate or a magistrate grade 1 has passed any sentence of imprisonment or a fine. The repeal of paragraph 31(8) is intended to recognize a practice of court in approving execution of awards. consequential amendment arising from amendment of Schedule 6 of the bill.
No objection, Madam Speaker.
I put a question that clause 11 be amended as proposed, those in favor say on the contrary. That's a-
Clause 11 as amended.
Put a question that clause 11 as amended. Aye, that's a-
Clause 12.
12.
Clause 12 is substituted. Clause 12, amendment of the Trial and Indictments Act, Chapter 3. Clause 12 is substituted with the following. 12, amendment of the Trial and Indictments Act, Chapter 3. The Trial and Indictments Act is amended 8, Section 16 by 1, replacing 480 days appearing in paragraph A with 180 days. 2, replacing 240 days appearing in paragraph B with 60 days. B in section 125 by repealing subsection 2. C in the schedule by repealing paragraph 9(1). Justification to harmonize the provisions with amendments in the 6th schedule to the bill, to recognize a practice of court relating to the quantum of costs that may be awarded by a high court and the punishment for persons summoned as assessors for non-attendance.
Again.
No objection.
Yes,
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Madam
no.
Chair. Now, I want the Attorney General and the Chair to assist. 480 days, you made it 180 days. 240 days, you made it 60 days. What's the rationale? The reason I'm raising this, in fact, what would have happened if 180 became 180, and 240 should have been 90. Madam Speaker, because on matter basis.
Eddie.
Right, Honorable Speaker, these amendments were already done in the Constitution, but they were never effected in the Trials and Indictments Act. But the Constitution has already amended to reduce the number of days a person can be made on mandatory before getting mandatory pay. So this is just a constitutional amendment. We are not changing anything. We are not even creating a rationale. We are just following the law as has already been set by the Constitution.
Is that okay? Nathan, they are making the law to be consistent with the constitution.
Madam Chair, if it's constitutional, then I have nothing to say.
Asmani, okay?
Chair, this is really a constitutional matter. We don't have to self-explain.
I put a question that clause 12 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. That's how it.
Clause 12 as
I
amended.
put a question that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. That's how it.
Clause 13.
I put a question that clause 13.
Madam Chair, I want my assistant. I also want to ask the Attorney General to help me. You are talking of effect of winding up of a cooperative society. Now, we have so many cooperative societies. By action, they are going to wound up. Why are we not taking care of them in this room? Because winding up is when officially you say I should be registered. But there are cases where a cooperative society has taken years and years, inactive and whatever. Why don't you also bring it here, deal with this matter? We're going to have a register which is bloated without grammar, without strength.
Honorable Nandala brings a very good argument, Madam Chair.
I think we need to appreciate why this miscellaneous revision is brought. It's kind of a cleanup, making corrections on what a cleanup based on the court rulings and making it in conformity with the Constitution and other laws.
It's really a new argument. For instance, in citing the issue of the cooperative societies. But to the contrary, my opinion is that we should leave it the way it is. Because somebody can go inactive for 10 years.
Why don't we initiate an amendment in the Cooperative Act?
And that will be later, Madam Chair. And therefore, I will agree with you and ask that we go ahead. Let us pass the provision the way it is. And then later,
In the Cooperative Act, we come and amend later, not here, not here. Thank you. Not here.
But you have to come and seek leave officially.
And I have the most informed members in terms of cooperatives. One of them is Honorable Nandana. I'll work out with him. Thank you.
Clause 13, I put a question that clause 13 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Chair,
Clause 14, amendment to Penal Code Act of 120. Clause 14 of the bill is amended A by inserting immediate for paragraph A the following. By repealing sections 39, 41, 61, 163, 164, 168, 1C and B by substituting for paragraph C the following. C by repealing section 50. C by repealing section 154. Justification to give effect to the decision of Mutuni Mwenda and East African Media Institute Uganda Limited versus the Attorney General Constitutional Petition 12/25. Both declared section 39, 40, 39 and 40 of the Penal Code Act and Constitution assist the contradict the provision of Article 29 1A and 43 2C of the Constitution. Sections 161, 162, 163 and 164, which prohibit gaming houses, betting, gaming machines, are affected by section 26 of the Notice and Gaming Act 2016, which allows the act prescribed under these sections upon obtaining a license. The repeal of section 50 is to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court in Constitutional Appeal number 2 of 2002. Charles Onyango and Andrew Mwenda as Attorney General, wherein court found the restrictions on freedom of speech in section 50 go beyond what is justifiable in a free and democratic society or what is provided for in the Constitution, and therefore contravene Article 43 2C. The amendment proposed in the bill continues the use of the words and phrases such as humor, which are incapable of exact definition, thereby contravening the principle of legality as expressed in Article 28 of the Constitution. The amendments proposed in section 50 are redundant, since the mischief intended to be cured in section 50 can effectively be managed under various other provisions, including sections 83, 179, 180, 181, and 182, dealing with criminal defamation, libel, and incitement to violence under the Penal Code Act. To remove sections 168, 1A, C, and D, which were affected by the decision in Francis Tumwesigye Atenyi as the Attorney General, Constitutional Petition number 36 of 2018, which declared sections 168, 1C, and D of the Penal Code Act for being inconsistent with the Constitution. The repeal of section 154 of the Act with the recommendation of DPP, who pointed at the practical challenges in prosecuting.
We have no objection, right, Mr. Speaker.
Suman,
Just for the learned Attorney General, give confirmation of this particular clause, the views that appeared in my bill, because we had agreed that you see we needed, but the views in my bill had what you would call consequential amendments arising out of some of the decisions of the court. And I had highlighted about 15 provisions for repeal. And we had agreed that we had discussed and agreed that that would be captured. And just to confirm, because I intend to seek administrative guidance to change the title of my bill. Perhaps this week.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, my colleague I just smile. He's always attempting to box me into interesting spaces. Right, Honorable Speaker, and honorable colleagues, the purpose of this piece of legislation is to clean. If the Constitutional Court says Section 6 is unconstitutional, I remove Section 6. Even if it has the effect on 7, 8, and 9, even if the remaining 7, 8, and 9 read absurdly, I am not amending. I am cleaning. So once I remove what the court has told me to remove, if in your view, the rest of the paragraphs are redundant, then we leave them on the statute book and then we do what we call a revision at an appropriate time, not at this stage. This law revision, I cannot exceed my mandate. My mandate is to follow the instructions as have been given to me and not to sit in my office and become parliament to think on what the effect of that amendment would be. So right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg and pray that where we have amended as a result of a constitutional decision, let us not read into that decision, or at least Parliament could allow me the power as Attorney General to sit in my chamber and make interpretative amendments as a result of what the court has declared. So I was hoping that my learned friend would continue with his amendment as a substantive amendment process and leave this law revision proceed with me just simply cleaning out. Otherwise, I may exceed my remit. I beg to submit.
But we had even given you, we had requested you to come to bring it up.
At the risk of, we have had this argument with the learned Attorney General, and we have not agreed on the mandate of the division. We've not agreed, but for purposes of moving forward,
Honorable Suman, I think you have a temptation of having a shortcut.
no, Chair, it's not a temptation. It's on the other side. The Attorney General who is trying to box me into that. Let me use his words. But Chair, for purposes of, I'll have an opportunity anyway. I concur with the proposal to proceed.
I put a question that clause 14 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. As
Clause 14 as
I
amended.
put a question that clause 14 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. New clause.
Insertion of new clause immediately after clause 14. The bill is amended by inserting immediately after clause 14 the following. Amendment of the Administration of Estates, Small Estates Special Provisions Act, Cap 156. The Administration of Estates, Small Estates Special Provisions Act is amended by repealing Section 72. Justification: the repeal is a consequential amendment arising from amendments to Schedule 6 of the bill to remove a provision that is redundant.
No objection, Madam Speaker.
Span.
Chair, no objection.
I put a question that new clause being inserted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary. Ayes have it.
Clause 15.
10.
Clause 15, amendment to the Succession Act, Cap 162. Clause 15 is amended by deleting paragraphs B and C. Justification: a proposal to delete section 55A from the Succession Act to create a legal vacuum on how to treat caveats lodged against a grant of probate or letters. Section 255A clarifies on the proceedings that are after a caveat is lodged against the grant of letters or probate, and brings finality to caveat proceedings by requiring the caveat to lapse after 6 months from the date of lodging of the caveat unless proceedings are taken by the petitioner for probate or letters, or the caveator to remove the caveat or put the objections to the caveat. Without this process in section 255A, delay will be occasioned in processing letters and probate since the caveat is not required from the grounds that caveat. The proposal in section 265, where either person before court in a contentious case can either be the petitioner or defendant, is based on a wrong assumption that in all contentious cases, a petitioner for letters probate the petitioner, while the caveat is the defendant. Yet this is not the case. In some instances, the caveat can be the petitioner by taking out process to confirm his or her objection. And in that case, the petitioner for letters probate becomes the defendant. This was recognized in section 255A, which allows either the caveat or the petitioner for probate or letters to apply to prove the caveat or remove the caveat as the case may be. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to explain that probate is what you get when somebody has left a will, if you apply to court. Then letters of administration you get when the person dies. Yes. That's if they don't leave a will, or if the will is problematic and they can't provide.
No objection.
Smart.
No objection, Chair.
Put a question that was written there with as proposed, those in favor say the contrary. Guys have it.
Clause 15 as amended.
Put a question that clause 15 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say
Clause 16.
Clause 16, amendment of the Fish Act, Cap 197. For clause 16, they substituted the following. Clause 16, amendment of the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2020. The Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2023 is amended by inserting immediately after section 79 the following. 79A, imposition of fish levy. 1. A fish levy is imposed on fish exports originating from or caught in the fishing waters of Uganda. 2. The fish levy shall be payable at the following rates. A, large fish species, fresh, salted or smoked, at USD 0.5 cents per kilogram, free on board. Fish bladder, bracket pause, at 8% of the total value. Small pelagic, brackets Kene, Meziri, Ragoge, and Keje at USD 0.2 cents per kilogram for export. The industrial byproducts, brackets fish frames, fat, skin, fish of cuts, and fish oil at USD 2 cents per kilogram for export. 3, the levy shall be paid by the exporter to the Uganda Revenue Authority at time of export out to Uganda. Justification: the Fish Act has been repealed by the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2023, making the insertion of the provisions of fish levy in the Fish Act legally impossible.
Right, Honorable Chair, can I request that we recommit this section at the end? The Fisheries and Aquaculture Act seems to have provided the powers to make this, and I'm sorry, I did not complete my work on this. If I can come back to it later, I can just consult with the number.
We can stand over it,
Stand
not recommit.
We can stand it up.
Yes.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. Attorney General, I want to interest you. There was where we made under the one of the finance bills, finance laws. That where we put in out tax, especially it's called the fish mall, and whatever. When you are going to start off, we need you to reconcile, because that will mean have a role here taxing under the fisheries and also under the Finance Act 1.6.
Honorable Anandala, this provision that is being picked here was picked from the Finance Act and was being brought into the Fish Act. But the amendment of the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act crossed the time when this bill had come to the House, and yet it was assented to after we had gone into, after the first reading. So I just want to make sure that the provision in the Aquaculture Act does not take care of this before we can deal with it. So that's why I request this to do.
Right, Honorable Chair, the clarification I wanted to seek from that is why are we talking about US dollars and legislating dollars and not Uganda shillings? Yet you're making a law for Uganda.
It's because of the export.
But right, Honorable Speaker, it doesn't mean that our currency cannot work. We should be talking about Uganda shillings. I just want clarification that it's not clear.
Thank you, Right Honorable Member. One, it is export, but more important, like I said earlier, this provision is picked as it is from an existing law without changing a single word in it. That's what law revision is about. I pick a provision from where it is and I organize it and put it in another place. I don't change a word. I can't change a currency. I can't change its meaning. So that's that's the other reason.
Yes. Yes.
Chair, I recall when we were discussing this issue, we also took cognizance of the fact that the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act had not been assented to. And I recall a discussion happened and we were not very clear on which stand to take in light of the fact that the bill was before my colleague in Entebbe. So the request by the Learned Attorney General to have this matter deferred, because much of the discussion would be minimized if we made reference to the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act. So we take that position, Chair.
Thank you. We stand over. Clause 16.
Clause 17.
I put a question that clause 17 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. I survey.
Clause 18.
I put a question that clause 18 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Can't even say aye. Ayes have it.
Clause 19.
Chair.
Amendment of the registration of clause 19, amendment of the registration of titles act come to that. Clause 19 of the bill is amended by inserting immediately after paragraph B the following. 36, amendment to the registration of titles act come to that. The registration of titles act is amended in the 22nd schedule by inserting it immediately after paragraph 3 in the following paragraphs. F on registration fees in respect of transfer of land, 30,000. G on consent to transfer land, 20,000. H on application for extension of lease, 20,000. I on registration of court order, 20,000. J on registration of lease for a mortgage, 40,000. K on certificate of a mortgage, 4,000. Justification. This is a consequential amendment arising from the repeal of the Finance Act 2013 under schedule item 45.
Eddie.
No objection, right?
Chair, no objection.
I put a question on clause 4, clause 19 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 19 as amended.
I put a question on clause 19 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 20.
Clause 20.
Clause 20, amendment of the Divorce Act, Cap 249. Clause 20 is amended by substituting for paragraph A the following. A in section 4(1), in section 4(1) by substituting for section 1 the following. 4. Grounds for divorce. A husband or wife may apply by petition to the court for the dissolution of the marriage on the grounds that since the solemnization of the marriage, his wife or her husband A has been guilty of adultery, B has changed his or her profession of Christianity for the profession of some other religion and gone through a form of marriage with another man or woman. C has been guilty of bigamy. D has been guilty of rape, sodomy, or bestiality. E has been guilty of cruelty, or F has been guilty of desertion without reasonable excuse for 2 years or upwards. 2, by repealing subsection 2. Justification. To merge subsection 1 and 2, since they now apply to the same subject matter in compliance with the decision of Uganda Association of Women Lawyers, FIDA, and 5 others versus Attorney General, Constitutional Petition number 2 of 2003. To comply with the decision in Dr. Specius Wandira Kazigwe versus Engineer Charles Sunga Kazigwe, divorce, where court held that both grounds for divorce are distinctive grounds, each in its own right, upon any of which a decree nisi may issue. Import of this decision is that grounds of divorce of adultery, desertion, and others prescribed section 4.2 are independent of each other and need not be presented alongside adultery for one to sustain a petition in divorce. Subsection 2 of section 4 is redundant since it has been merged in subsection 1. Madam Speaker, previously you had to add it to join these grounds to adultery, yet a man merely just brought adultery as his ground, unless it was rape, sodomy, or bestiality.
I have no objection.
Fox,
Right, Honorable Speaker, no objection.
be a member of the committee. Councilman,
Chair, no objection.
Nathan, you have something on adultery?
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, no objection.
I know where to get my people.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking about adultery and defining adultery, you know, we race to communicate. I see a man putting on a ring. I would like to know what the ring communicates. Is it married one? What does it, his ring communicate in this case of issues of marriage?
Are we legislating on a Somali now? Maybe he's trying to scare some people who are trying to. I put a question at clause 20 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye and contrary to remain. Ayes have it.
Clause 20 as
I
amended.
put a question that clause 20 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary remain. Ayes have it.
Clause 21.
21.
Amendment of Administration of Parliament Act, Cap 257, microphone. Clause 21 is amended, A, by replacing the first 2 lines of the clause with the following. The Administration of Parliament Act is amended. B, by inserting immediately before the proposed section 32, the following.
32A.
32A, the following. A, by inserting immediately after section 24, the following. 24A, establishment of a parliamentary budget office. 1, there shall be a parliamentary budget office within the parliamentary service consisting of full-time and part-time budget and economics experts as may be required from time to time. 2, the functions of the budget office shall be to provide Parliament and its committees with objective and timely analysis required for economic and budget proposals and the information and estimates required for the parliamentary budget process. And without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing, the budget office shall A, provide budget-related information to all committees in relation to their jurisdiction. B, submit reports on, but not limited to, economic forecasts, projections, and options for reducing the budget deficit. C, identify and recommend on bills that provide an increase or decrease in revenue and the budget. D, prepare analytical studies of specific subjects such as financial risks posed by government-sponsored enterprises and financial analysis. And E, generally give advice to Parliament and its committees on the national budget and the economy. C, by numbering the current provision as paragraph B with the following head note. B, by inserting immediately after section 32 the following. D, in the proposed section 32A, 1, in the proposed subsection 1, by substituting for the word government, the word parliament, and 2, in the proposed subsection 4, by inserting immediately after the word dissolution, the words of parliament. Justification. The provisions in the proposed clause 24A referring to the establishment of the budget office are sections 20 and 21 of the Budget Act 2001. The Budget Act is to be removed from the statute book under Schedule 1, paragraph 89, because all other provisions of the Act were inserted in the Public Finance Management Act 215. In accordance with Article 82.8 and 85 of the Constitution, Articles 82.8 and 85 of the Constitution, and Section 6G of the Administration of Parliament Act, to empower Parliament to determine the salary and gratuity payable to a member of Parliament in accordance with Article 85 of the Constitution and Section 6 of the Administration of Parliament Act. To remove the word government in the proposed Section 32A1, since the word is ambiguous and does not clarify who in government will determine the salary and gratuity of members of Parliament. For clarity and better practice.
Thank you.
No objection, Right Honorable Speaker.
There is part 1, there shall be a parliamentary budget office within the parliamentary service consisting of full-time and part-time budget and economics experts. I think the full-time and part-time should be, that is administrative. It should be, because these terms are determined by the parliamentary.
Right Honorable Chair, this provision was picked from the Budget Act as it is. This provision as it is from the Budget Act is how we carried it and put in the Administration of Parliament Act. For me to do anything, to change anything becomes an amendment, goes outside the remit of, but when we discussed it, it didn't have any effect. Again, the determination of who will be full-time and is an administrative matter. So it is more inclusive than exclusive. So we didn't see any real danger with it.
And when you go to deep prepare analytical studies on specific subjects such as are examples allowed in legislation.
Examples are given to give effect in interpretation. Things like these, so many others like those can be allowed. It's just for interpretation.
Yes, Nathan.
Thank you very much, Madam. Madam Chair, we make a huge mistake. We assume that budget office should have no economists. Very big one. And I think we should resolve this here. It doesn't make a mistake. Because you can have an engineer there who can assist you as far as budgeting is concerned. You can have a statistician, you can have a lawyer. So Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I don't think it has an effect to remove Madam Sister Aisha. It's a harassing issue. It's a harassing. Can I be protected?
Which kind of harassment?
Ask her how is she harassing me?
Honorable Nathan, we can make this correction, the qualification by amending the act.
Madam Chair, exactly what you said is what I wanted to say.
I put a question that clause 21 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21 as
I put
amended.
a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
22, Chair.
Clause 22, amendment of the Parliament Powers and Privileges Act come to stage. For clause 22, there is substituted the following. Amendment of the Parliament Powers and Privileges Act come to stage. The Parliament Powers and Privileges Act is amended by section 14. Justification. give effect to the decision of court in Zachary Odum and other Attorney General, Constitutional Petition C of 1999 by deleting section 14 of the Parliament Powers and Privileges Act to remove the requirement for special leave of Parliament to have been obtained and had before the disclosure of information in the custody of Parliament in compliance with the requirements of the Access to Information Act. The proposed amendment to section 14 is redundant since the procedure for accessing documents before Parliament is articulated under the Access to Information Act.
Thank you so much.
And under Rule
Let her finish then.
215.
No, I'm just talking about what she's presenting. We can
Of the
have
rules
this.
of procedure of Part 10. The
Thank you,
provision-
Chair. I'm raising on a point of privilege. These screens that help us read, we can hardly see what is. They would rather do away with the pictures and then they display so that we can read. Otherwise, they are just there for formality now. It's a prayer that the computer section zooms and we see.
Did you get an iPad, Hajat?
The iPad, I'm reading her report. I can't shift report and read at the same time.
No, the report is in the iPad. Can I give you mine?
What a privilege would it be? Thank you so much for your
Give Hajat my iPad so that she can be reading the report.
The provision erroneously assumes that all officers of Parliament are competent to give evidence in courts of law in relation to documents laid before Parliament. Yet the Access to Information Act designates the Chief Executive Officer of a public body as an information officer responsible for granting access to information covered by the Act, and in the case of Parliament, the information officer is the clerk to Parliament, in whose care and charge records of Parliament are placed under Rule 227. The provision wrongly assumes that documents in possession of committees of Parliament are accessible upon their being laid in the committee. Yet this is not true, since documents in the possession of the committee become accessible upon being laid in Parliament, thereby forming part of the record of Parliament in accordance with Section 4 of the Access to Information Act.
AG,
No objection, Madam Chair.
it's fine.
No objection.
I put a question that clause 39 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary. Nay. 22. I put a question that clause 22 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary. Nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22 as amended.
I put a question that clause 22 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary. Nay. The ayes have it. Your clause.
Insertion of new clause immediately after clause 22. Immediately after clause 22, there is inserted the following amendment of the Police Act Cap 303. The Police Act is amended by A, section 27A 2 and 3, B, repealing sections 32, 2 and 3, C, repealing section 33, D, repealing section 34, E, repealing section 35, F, repealing section 36, and G, repealing section 37. Justification: to remove the provisions that were affected by the decision in Olaro Tunu versus Attorney General, Constitutional Petition number 12 of 10, which found section 27A 2 and 3 to be unconstitutional for infringing Article 28(12) of the Constitution. Remove the provisions that were affected by the decision in Constitutional Petition number 9025, Mwanga Chivumbi versus Attorney General, which declared section 32(2) of the Police Act unconstitutional. The repeal of sections 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37 of the Police Act is a consequential amendment arising from the repeal of section 32 of the Police Act.
Madam Chair, I wish the chair could help us, because it's not that we're going to be influenced with the challenge of getting through the Police Act. Those in particular were the cases that you are citing. What were they talking about? For instance, in the case of Kivumbi, what was it about? And then the one of Olaro Tunu, what was it talking about? So that we have insights into it. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Chair. maybe to help Honorable Silas on this. What we are dealing with here is what the court finally determined. The court in Olaro Tunu determined that section 27A, 2 and 3.
Honorable AG, are you in agreement?
No, I'm submitting. I don't.
Are you
no.
in agreement with the amendment?
No, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Chair, I agree to the amendment A, which talks about the amendment to delete section 27A, 2 and 3. I also agree to the repealing of section 32, 2 and 3. I do not agree to C, repealing section 33, repealing section 34, repealing section 35, repealing section 36, repealing section 37. Right Honorable Chair, the justification given here is that they are consequential to the decision as set out in A and B above. Like I did submit earlier, we need to be very careful in the powers this parliament allows for revision. If the court says section 27 is unconstitutional, and you allow me to read into its consequence to amend other things, I may come back with no police act. I may say section 27 has amended the police act. So I was proposing that we delete the provisions that have been declared unconstitutional by the courts and leave the rest for substantive amendment if need be. I beg to submit.
Attorney General, I mean, it's fine.
Chair, as I indicated earlier, this is where I have a fundamental departure with the learned Attorney General. Chair, I will use the analogy of a house. If the house has fallen, you don't ask whether the ceiling fell with it. But the learned Attorney General is saying that the house can fall and the ceiling remains up there. And I did allude to this earlier. And let me give an example. On section 50 of the Penal Code Act, which was declared unconstitutional and which we passed. Chair, section 50, the Constitutional Court said publication of false news is unconstitutional. Now, in the Penal Code, it went ahead to say that if you are convicted, the gadgets that you use to publish the information must also be confiscated. Now, if you are saying publication is unconstitutional, how do you leave the provision talking about the gadgets? And that's the point I was making, that like it or not, you are not going to repeal a section and then leave sections that have an impact on that section in the law on the argument that your mandate is limited. Okay, let's take the argument that the mandate is limited, Chair. As Parliament, under our constitutional mandate, we can actually invoke it to remove these provisions as consequential provisions, because leaving them would actually make no sense at all. And that's the argument I have been having with the Attorney General. And now that we're on the floor, I think it's important that we resolve it here for purposes of not leaving the law hanging.
Right Honorable Chair, I carried the Police Act with me to demonstrate the danger of what my learned brother is proposing to do. The Police Act, section 32, reads as follows. 32(1). Any officer in charge of a police may issue orders for purposes of regulating the extent to which music, drumming, or a public address system may be used on public roads or streets or at occasions of festivals or ceremonies. Directing the conduct of assemblies and processions in public roads and streets or at places of public resort, and the route by which and the time at which the procession may be held. that provision was not rendered, was not declared unconstitutional, it remains on the statute book. Right Honorable Chair,
32.
32 is
Two.
said, 32(2). If it comes to the knowledge of an Inspector General that it is intended to convene any assembly or form any procession on any public road or street or at any place of public resort, the Inspector General has reasonable grounds of believing that the assembly or procession, the Inspector General may, by notice in writing to the person responsible for convening the assembly or forming the procession, prohibit the convening of the assembly or forming of the procession. That was declared unconstitutional. The Inspector 3, all or any of the powers conferred upon him or her by subsection 2, subject to such limitations, exceptions, qualifications as the Inspector General may specify. That was declared unconstitutional. Section 33 provides, where an assembly is convened or procession formed in contravention of the provisions of section 32. Remember, 32(1) is still on the statute book. The Inspector General officer in the assembly to cease to be held or the procession to be stopped and may order the immediate dispersal of the assembly or procession. So the Constitutional Court, in its wisdom, removed certain powers from the police in as far as processions are concerned, but not all. So it left one and little two. So my Right Honorable Chair, my problem here is 34. Any assembly or procession of 3 or more persons which neglects or refuses to obey any orders for the immediate dispersal given under section 33 shall be deemed to be unlawful within the meaning of section 65. Section 33 and section 65 are still lawful provisions on the statute book. Right Honorable was requesting is that in order for us to get away from a debate, let us give effect to what the court ordered and unconstitutional and delete it. And then the other provisions, if members feel are therefore redundant, let us move through the ordinary processes of amendment and deal with that provision in order not to create absurdity. Because if you remove 33 to 37, you cannot give effect to the provisions of section 32(1), which the Constitutional Court found was constitutional. I beg to submit.
So can you make it move the amendment?
They move the amendment. That's why I was saying you needed to cite the Police Act. Now you realize that it was very important.
But he has done it.
In Right Honorable Chair, I'm still there. My issue now is that for purpose of consistency, we did agree when Honorable Nandala wanted to move an amendment here, that we bring it on a later day. Why don't we follow the very—
On a later law.
Yes.
Not
Yes, somebody has to come up with the first one to seek for leave. To have this
And
amendment.
that's what Attorney General is saying, that if we need any amendment, let's bring an amendment on the Police Act. Let's first remove what was declared unconstitutional by the court.
Madam Chair, it is twofold. The Attorney General equally has the space to go back and arrange, come up with amendments to reinsert what the committee has decided to remove from here. So it is twofold. Therefore, for me, I would move with the committee decision because this was a gathering of great minds that considered things the way they did. Of course, the Attorney General is a learned friend, and I respect that. A learned friend. For me, I'm a learning friend. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, and therefore would stand for now with the position of the committee. Then we go back if there is anything that we want to bring back. Because when we are making laws, Attorney General, I have seen situations where we have said on the floor, this is a consequential amendment. You have this provision and it affects many more provisions. And therefore, consequential amendments cannot be wished away. I would think we go by the position of the committee. Thank you.
Asuman.
Chair, when you look at the position of the committee has captured the views of my bill. And the Attorney General is disagreeing. Chair, and I have argued that repealing a provision that affects or infects other provisions that you want to leave will in itself be problematic. But since the Learned Attorney General wants us to take the other route, bringing formal amendments for purposes of consistency and moving, we could move with his guidance. We could move with his guidance, but on the premise that when we bring those issues here, it should not be your office again to raise unnecessary objections. That chair should really be put on record, because as you are aware, some aspects in my bill were not captured here. And I gave you notice that I'll be bringing them back on the floor. Otherwise, I would have no objection that we move that angle. I don't want you to say, when the matter is taken to court, that you advised the parliament on the mandate and parliament ignored you. We could go by the guidance of the Learned Attorney General. No, we will bring the amendments ourselves. He will not. You see, you recall, Chair, that it is after I had brought this bill as a private member that the Attorney General moved very fast and also brought theirs. But the good thing is that we have had a discussion and we have some consensus. So I know he will not bring, but I will bring after this, because my issues are still pending.
Let me hear from.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, all the legal brains of this parliament, we are concentrated in the legal committee. They sat and resolved, and incidentally, their position coincides with Asman's position, except that is pushed begrudgingly to concede. I want to move, Chair, that will go with the position of the committee.
Did the committee realize that under section 32(1), that 32(1) was not declared unconstitutional?
Chair, 32(1), the committee still serves 32(1).
No, what they are saying, we should repeal. Now, there's also repealing 32, section 33. Now, section 33 has a consequential effect, 32. Remember, there's 32(1), which is constitutional. Section 34 also has a consequential what? Impact on the right?
Chair, just like Honorable Cyrus rightly said, in a similar vein, the Attorney General has a right to bring here law, which we shall discuss and pass. We commit no danger if we take the position of the committee, so that at another opportune moment, the Attorney General brings the law to us, we discuss and pass. But at this particular case, it is prudent for us to agree with all the land fellows that sit in the legal committee.
The land fellows guided by the Land Attorney General, who is a legal advisor of the country. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Honorable Asuman has considered and agreed with the Attorney General. However, he has requested that when that amendment is brought, since I want to say that when those amendments are brought, we will deal with them as in when they come. Yes, thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah, member of the committee, I put a question that a new clause as proposed by the committee and amended by the Attorney General be passed and be put in this bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Yes.
Clause 23.
I put a question that clause 23 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. That's all.
Clause 24,
I put a question that clause 24 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. That's all.
clause 25,
I put a question that clause 25 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. That's all.
clause 26,
I put a question that clause 26 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. That's all.
clause 27,
I put a question that clause 27 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. That's all.
clause 28,
I put a question that clause 28 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. That's all.
clause 29,
Chair.
Amendment of the Tax Procedures Code Act 2015. Clause 29 of the bill is amended by inserting immediately before paragraph A the following and numbering the provisions accordingly. A, by inserting immediately after section 14 the following. 14A, recovery of tax from successor and duty to notify discontinuance of business. 1, where a person carrying on any business liable to duty, levy, or tax has been succeeded by another person, and where the duty, levy, or tax due and payable by the person succeeded cannot be recovered from him or her, it shall be payable by and recoverable from the person succeeding him or her. 2, if the person succeeding fails to pay the duty, levy, or tax on the date fixed by the Commissioner General, then the provisions of the law relating to the collection and recovery of duty, levy, or tax shall apply to the collection and recovery of the amount due as if it were the duty or tax due and payable by the person succeeding. 3, any person intending to discontinue any business liable to duty or tax shall give to the Commissioner General a notice of his or her intention 30 days before the date of discontinuance, and where the person fails to give the notice required by this section, the Commissioner General may direct that a sum not exceeding 10 currency points be recovered from that person by way of penalty. B, by inserting immediately after section 27 the following. 27A, tax liability of statutory corporations. 1, no statutory corporation shall gain any exemption from any tax imposed generally by any written law, whether the tax is expressed as a tax, levy, duty, or otherwise, unless the corporation is expressed in or under the law as exempt from the tax or entitled to such remission as may be granted under the law, except that in respect of income tax, any exemption purported to have been granted otherwise than in accordance with this section shall be deemed to be of no effect. 2, any provision of any written law which is inconsistent with subsection 1 shall be deemed to be amended to the extent of inconsistency. 3, in granting any exemption or remission under section 1, the authority empowered in that behalf shall distinguish between statutory corporations, which are business enterprises, and which shall, as far as possible, be treated as private persons, and statutory corporations, which provide utility services, and which shall in principle be exempt or entitled to remission. And C, in section 40A, by inserting immediately after subsection 1 the following. 1A, for the avoidance of doubt, customs duty shall be levied on goods for use by the government. Justification. Section 14A, proposed for insertion in the Tax Procedures Code Act, providing for the recovery of tax from successors, is currently section 6 of the Finance Act number 2, 1994, Cap 183. The Finance Act number 2, 1994 is to be removed from the statute book under Schedule 1, paragraph 36, because sections 1 to 5 were superseded by the East African Community Customs Management Act, while sections 7 and 8 are in the Tax Procedure Code Act. Section 27A, proposed for insertion in the Tax Procedures Code Act, providing for the liability of statutory corporations, is currently section 1 of the Finance Act 1974, Cap 173. The Finance Act 1974 is to be removed from the statute book under Schedule 1, paragraph 26, because all the provisions of the Act were superseded by the Public Finance Management Act 215. The proposed amendment of section 40A of the Tax Procedures Code Act to provide for the payment of taxes for goods for use by the government is currently section 2 of the Finance Act 1993, Cap 181. The Finance Act 1993 is to be removed from the statute book under Schedule 1, paragraph 34, because all the provisions of the Act have been inserted appropriately in the acts to which they relate. Sales tax that was payable by government under the Finance Act has been removed because there is no such tax on the statute.
No objection.
I put a question that close right now in the amendment as proposed, those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 29 as amended.
Put a question that close to the time, the amendment. As amended, stands part of the bill, those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I put a question that of that stands part of the bill, those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it, your clause.
Insertion of new clause immediately after clause 30. Immediately after clause 30, there is inserted the following. Amendment of the External Trade Act, Cap 88. The External Trade Act is amended by inserting immediately after section 10 the following. 10A, imposition of import commission. 1. There shall be charged and collected by Uganda Revenue Authority on any goods imported an import commission of 2% of the value of the goods. 2. The import commission charged under subsection 1 shall not apply to exempted goods and goods which are zero rated. 10B, surtax. 1. There shall be charged, levied, and collected a surtax in respect of imported goods set out in the second column of the schedule to this act as rates correspondingly specified in the third column of the schedule. 2. The surtax referred to in subsection 1 shall be in addition to the normal duty chargeable and shall be levied on the CIF value, import duty, sales tax, and any sum rebates included from the country of origin. B, by inserting the following schedule appropriate. Schedule. That's for section 10A. Surtax. Column 1, it has column 1, column 2, and column 3. Column 1 is the tariff number, column 2, description, column 3, the rate. 22nd January 10. The description is waters, including spa waters and aerated waters. The rate is 30%. 22nd, 190. The description is other, 30%. 22, 210. Description, lemonade, flavored spa waters and flavored aerated waters, 30%. 220290, that's the tariff number. Description, other, the rate 30%. 22030300, description, beer made from malt 50%. The tariff number 220510, description is still wine and grape must, not in bottle. Rate 60%. 220590, other sparkling wine 60%. 22910, whiskey 50%. 22990, other 60%. Amendment of the Income Tax Act, Cap 340. The Income Tax Act is amended in section 21(1) by inserting immediately after paragraph AH the following. AI, dividends earned from a company which came into existence through stock exchange. Amendment of the Traffic and Road Safety Act 1998, Cap 361. Traffic and Road Safety Act is amended by inserting immediately after section 84 the following. 84A, commercial transaction levy for goods vehicles. A goods transportation vehicle shall, at the renewal of a license, pay commercial transaction levy as follows. A, for 12 months, 45 shillings per kilogram of gross weight. B, for 8 months, 30 shillings per kilogram of gross weight. And C, for 4 months, 15 shillings per kilogram of gross weight. Amendment of the Uganda Communications Act number 1 of 2013. The Uganda Communications Act is amended by inserting immediately after section 22 the following. 22A, license fee for satellite receiver equipment. A person owning a satellite receiver equipment shall pay a fee of 15 currency points to the commission before a license is issued to the owner. Amendment of the Roads Act number 16 of 2019. The Roads Act is amended A by inserting at the beginning of part 1X the following section. 76A, road user charges for foreign registered vehicles. There shall be charged and collected by the Uganda Revenue Authority on foreign registered vehicles traveling in Uganda. The road user charge specified in the Schedule 7 to this Act. B, by inserting after Schedule 6 the following schedule, Schedule 7. That's section 76A, road transit charges. They mentioned the vehicle and the road user charges in US dollars for 100 kilometers. Buses, $5. Trucks with 3 axles, $6. Trucks with more than 6 axles, $10. Amendment of the Computer Misuse Act 211, Act 2 of 211. The Computer Misuse Act is amended by repealing section 25. Amendment of the Public Order Management Act 213, Act 9 of 213. The Public Order Management Act is amended by repealing section 8. Transitional provision. Where at the commencement of this act, A, any proceedings are pending before any court for the prosecution of the offenses fulfilled under this act, the proceedings shall terminate. B, any proceedings commenced one before 27th May 28 for breach of sections 32, 2 and 3, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37 of the Police Act. 2, before 18 April 2019 for breach of section 27A2 and 3 of the Police Act. 3, before 26 March 2020 for breach of section 8 of the Public Order Management Act. 4, before 2nd December 2022 for breach of 168(1)(c) and D of the Penal Code Act. 5, before 13th August 2021 for breach of the Anti-Pornography Act 214. 6, before 10th January 2023 for breach of section 25 of the Computer Misuse Act, or 7, are pending in any court or are being investigated by police. The proceedings shall be discontinued and the accused person shall, if he or she is in custody or on remand, be unconditionally released. Justification. The amendments proposed to the External Trade Act, Cap 88, in section 10A, is intended to incorporate the provisions in the Finance Act number 2, 1996, Cap 185. The act is to be removed from the statute book under Schedule 1, paragraphs 38. The proposed section 10B1 and the schedule are currently section 11 and the schedule, respectively, in the Finance Act number 2, 1991, Cap 179. And the proposed section 10(2) is currently section 1 of the Finance Act 1993. Both acts are to be removed from the statute book under Schedule 1, paragraphs 32 and 34, because all the other provisions of the Finance Act number 2 of 1991 were superseded by the East African Community Customs Management Act, while the other provisions of the Finance Act 1993 have been inserted appropriately in the acts to which they relate. The amendments proposed to the Income Tax Act, Cap 340, are intended to incorporate Section 3 of the Finance Act 1993. The Finance Act 1993 is to be removed from the statute book under Schedule 1, paragraph 34, because all other provisions of the Finance Act 1993 have been inserted appropriately in the acts to which they relate. The amendment proposed to the Traffic and Road Safety Act 1998, Cap 361, is to incorporate Section 9 of the Finance Act number 2, 1994. The Finance Act number 2, 1994 is to be removed from the statute book under Schedule 1, paragraph 36, because sections 1 to 5 of the Act was superseded by the East African Community Customs Management Act under Section 7 and 8 by the Tax Procedures Code Act, while Section 6 is to be inserted in the Tax Procedures Code Act under Clause 29 of the bill. The amendment proposed to the Uganda Communications Act number 1 of 2013 is to incorporate section 4 of the Finance Act 1993, cap 181. The Finance Act 1993 is to be removed from the statute book under Schedule 1, paragraph 34, because all the provisions of the Finance Act 1993 have been inserted appropriately in the acts to which they relate. The provision stated that the payment was to be made to the ministry responsible for information. However, in line with the Uganda Communications Act, ministry responsible for information has been replaced with commission. The amendment proposed to the Roads Act number 16 of 2019 is to incorporate section 5 of the Finance Act 1993, cap 181. The Finance Act 1993 is to be removed from the statute book under Schedule 1, paragraph 34, because all the provisions of the Finance Act have been inserted appropriately in the acts to which they relate. Section 8 of the Public Order Management Act was affected by the decision in Human Rights Network and 4 others of the Attorney General Constitutional Petition 6 of 2013, which declared Section 8 of the Public Order Management Act unconstitutional. Section 25 of the Computer Misuse Act was declared unconstitutional in the case of Andrew Karamaji and Robert Shaka versus Attorney General Constitutional Petition 5/2016 for infringing Article 29 of the Constitution, and is therefore unjustifiable as it curtails the freedom of speech in a free and democratic society. The insertion of a transitional provision is to provide for disposal of cases commenced before the provisions under which they were initiated were declared unconstitutional. The dates specified above are those on which the judgments that declared them unconstitutional were derived. To provide for termination of proceedings and the release of accused persons charged with offenses created under provisions that were declared unconstitutional.
No objection, right, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Chair, the commercial transaction list. Madam Chair, you are aware we had license on vehicles. And license on vehicles was removed so that we can leave that amount here. And I can see here indirectly, we'll bring back the same license, which will be a big problem. If the issue is to increase revenue, because you want to make sure we pay load license, nobody can use a road without fear. You rather move this, the fear, and putting it under commercial transaction. In short, you are turning what was. My proposal here would be that this should be.
Infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair. The same context. I was looking at the license fee for satellite receiver equipment. Even the DSTV for TV we have is categorized as satellite receiver equipment. When you look at the 15 currency points, that's about 300,000. I was wondering the implications of this
given the fact that the current market rates are quite low. Thank you.
Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm addressing myself to the Traffic and Road Safety Act, where a proposal is being made to introduce a schedule with rates. And the rates relate to road user fee, foreign vehicles. I wanted to understand how different are those rates, the new rates you're proposing from the TRL, temporary road license, foreign vehicles applies under the current law to get before they enter the country. Because I'm worried we may introduce additional levies, which would have reciprocal effect in the neighboring countries. So if you need to help us understand that.
Right, Honorable Chair and colleagues, we are not introducing any new levy which does not already exist on a statute book. So everything that has been read exists somewhere on a statute book in the Finance Act and has never been repealed by Parliament. Now, what I'm hearing is Parliament is saying in respect to the CTL that that one should be repealed. But we are not introducing any new charges. No new charges. Whatever is on the statute book is what we have carried and put here.
My question was, how is different is that schedule from the current temporary road license, which is paid at the point of entry? Is it the same? But why are the rates like different?
Maybe the honorable member first needs to know the reason why we have the law revision. What is the essence behind?
Right, Honorable Speaker, this is a cleaning exercise. We are moving things and making them read easier. Say, if you have traffic issues, we are trying to remove everything to the Traffic and Road Safety
That were
Act.
rendered unconstitutional.
The ones
we are
that were rendered,
removing
we are
them.
removing. The ones that are bad, we are dropping. The ones that have never been used for 50 years, we are dropping. So that's all. It's just a cleanup exercise. We are not amending the law.
Madam Chair, the Attorney General, of course, we have respect for Attorney General's argument. Madam Chair, commercial transaction levy was replaced by VAT, value added tax. That was called CTL. And the CTL, of course, by the way, if you could get a license, they would charge it. Madam Chair, 84A, in fact, in short, of bringing another tax called CTL, which was repealed. So it would be better if the Attorney General wants more money, that we take this under VAT, rather either VAT or unfair, and we introduce the fair tax.
Right, Honorable Chair, if indeed the act was repealed, as it says, then that would be an error on our part. If you can allow us just 5 minutes, just to cross-check whether that particular provision had been repealed, then we can, in the meantime.
It's done over.
Yes.
And you get it back. And harmonize on Christine. Chair. Next.
Madam Chair, also need clarification from the chair committee on an amendment that relates to a license fee for those who use satellite equipment. I don't know if the license you are seeking to impose has had an assessment done before, because the impression I have now is if I'm going to buy a satellite device and I install it maybe for purposes of internet, I have to pay a license, and yet the supplier of that equipment has already paid a license. So it's like double taxation, which goes against the principle of taxation. I again need clarification on that.
A chair, can you
Who
make
does it seek to tax?
AG.
Right Honorable Speaker, and colleagues, for 84A, the commercial transaction levy for goods vehicles was never repealed. It has been, however, no license has been charged. So we can say it is redundant and drop it for that purpose.
How many years of redundancy? Did you say 50 years for it to be
No,
qualified?
I didn't say 50 years.
Yes, for it to qualify to be dropped, how many years of redundancy?
Madam Chair, I think I want to the answer general for that, because if a license is not charged, it was the basis. If it's 1,000, that's when the 18 or 10% be what charge. Now, since it's 0, I think it's right to say it.
Yeah, so we are dropping it.
Right Honorable Speaker, if we are done with this particular provision, I would want to go back to 16.
We are not done on the road user for foreign
The settlement.
vehicles. And settlement.
Settlement.
Yeah, you're saying that the fee is small?
I'm saying when a foreign vehicle is coming to the country, at the point of entry, they are charged temporary road license. And here you are introducing a road user fee. You brought it in a schedule. To me, that may amount to tax twice. I said, how different is what you're introducing from one which is already paid at point of entry. Then the next question was about the satellite equipment. Because that has implication on the communication. There's already a digital divide in the country. We want our people to get access to internet and all this. So when you impose more taxes without impact assessment, they actually cause more problem.
I think, Right Honorable Chair, what we need to understand, these charges here that are introduced here are not new. They exist. So the people who have been providing these services have either been paying them or evading them. So they are there. They are not new.
The challenge is the rates seem to contradict.
Even the rates,
not
even
new.
the rates have not been changed. They are not new. There was a question from David.
Chair, I was giving reference to the current market rate. For example, on GoTV or DSTV, the lowest can be 89. And I see here it is introduced. The Land Attorney General is saying that it has been in the law. If you say I'll have to pay 15 currency points, which is 300,000 to UCC, that means before I pay the 80,000, I'll have to pay the 300,000 to UCC, which makes it 380. So I just needed a clarification on the implications.
Yes, Right Honorable Chair, I think now we are starting to understand the purpose of revision. Because when laws are scattered in different places, for a particular item, the visibility of what is happening in that space becomes difficult. So the purpose of revision is to bring these together so that the parliament who is making the law can actually address its mind to that law and determine whether it needs amendment or not. So for us, we are cleaning up, bringing them together and saying, this is what is in the law. Nothing new has been introduced in these levies. They all exist. And they are probably being charged, except that one where they've confirmed it has not been charged.
Madam Chair.
Can I hear from the private?
Learned Attorney General, I think in providing explanation and context and to avoid some of these questions where people have an assumption that perhaps something new is being created, it would be important that we draw the specific pieces of legislation where we are getting this information and where we are putting it there, so that colleagues can know that actually there's nothing new being introduced. When you give context, I think it minimizes these queries along the way.
In the process of realignment, you define where it is coming from and where it's going. Yeah.
And thank you very much, Honorable Member. And I think that's good guidance. And we'll definitely take it up at the next cycle, but make sure that we are clear where what is coming from, where it's going.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, Mbwa.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm seeking some clarification from the Attorney General. The Attorney General is trying to explain to us that there is nothing being brought new. When we are seeing the license for the satellite, and we are trying to see if we convert the current points and it is in like 300, and we've been paying like 80, 89. So my question is, are you saying that we've been evading this? Who has been paying the 300? Is it the government? Is it the company? So that is my concern. And Madam Chair, why I'm concerned about this, of recent I saw government launching that that we are going to launch a satellite, of which it never landed. I don't know if it has landed so far. But my concern, I thought the essence was to make sure that Ugandans can
Honorable
access.
Mbwa,
Yes.
the satellite stays in the air. It doesn't land.
No, it lands on Mars, maybe somewhere in space. Yes, that one, yes. So,
And then maybe what you also need to do, you check what is in the UCC Act for you to be able to compare whether this is what, whether there is any amendment on what has been brought in the revision. Check what is in the UCC Act. Yes, yes, Matt.
Chair, I'm fortunate that I've never learned law and I don't want to do it. But I think from the explanation of the Attorney General, he has done us a favor. He has been able to tell us that there have been so many laws scattered all over. Now we have brought them together. If it has so happened that there have been charges on the same thing but differently, he's now telling us it should be the same. So now the people who are going to implement that law, so now be aware that actually we have not introduced any new law, we have not introduced any new tax, but let us realign ourselves and arrive at one rate. That is the simplest thing I've learned from him today, although I'm not a lawyer, but at least I've learned something. And I'm very happy with the Attorney General.
Honorable members, I put a question that the proposed new clauses be inserted as proposed with amendment as moved by the Attorney General. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Right, Honorable Chair, I want to report back on clause 16, which had been stood over. Clause 16.
We moved an amendment to drop that clause, and they said that Attorney General can issue 84.
That was an amendment. It was the last one to move it.
Okay.
Thank you. 16.
Clause 16, Right Honorable Chair, we have established that the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act, section 122K allows the minister to make regulations for fees or charges. However, the provision that is being brought here relates to levy. Levies being more of a tax other than a charge, and a tax should be made by statutory provision made by Parliament. I propose that the amendment as proposed by the committee be adopted. I beg to submit.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 16 be amended as proposed by the committee. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 16 as amended.
I put a question that clause 16 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Yes.
Honorable Chair, before you put a question.
The clause. New insertion.
Madam Chair, I'm seeking for clarification. Clause 16 is ambiguous in the way it is stated. First of all, the originality, because we are streamlining the law and we are trying to make it move in one line. But the originality of creating the tax
Where is
levy,
the ambiguity coming from?
when you look at 79A part 2, it charges a levy on large fish species. I don't know what is large fish species in law and what is small. And it is not true that all the fish have got constant prices. So, Madam Chair, this is going to extort and
I thought that is in the regulation to determine
not
the size, the weight. Where is the
it's
regulation?
not anywhere. And
Yes.
also, in addition,
What about in the Fish Act?
it's not there. The big fish, how is it defined? Honorable Chair,
Do you have the Fisheries Act?
I have
And
it online.
Check.
Madam Chair, before we check,
Now, if you have any problem, bring an amendment in the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act.
no, Madam Chair. Actually, what we are doing
If you
is-
want to define the size of the fish, whether it is large, it is small, it is what, bring it.
No, Madam Chair,
We are just realigning the law. It should not be here. It should go to what? To the Fisheries Act.
Madam Chair, it's true, but this is not anywhere in the law. Let Attorney General,
Now that it is not anywhere, bring it.
it's not anywhere and I cannot bring it.
Why?
Why should we bring amendments when we are passing a law that is going to inflict you?
We are not passing a law. We are realigning the law.
Madam Chair, if we are
Now,
streamlining,
now the problem,
it has no basis.
now
of
the
streamlining.
problem you have, the little law that you are learning, you think you want to exercise it here. Leave people who know what they are doing.
Chair, I hear the concern of the member. But Chair, Honorable Tebandeke, let's do this. Learned Attorney General, I think you understand why I was emphasizing the issue of tracing. Because when you are in law revision and you don't guide on the origin, we are continuously going to have these challenges. Because you see, an issue of this nature, it will just be important to explain that if you want to understand the origin of this, then it is the fisheries and aquaculture law. And so that the member is comfortable. Identifying provisions in law revision creates an impression that perhaps Parliament is engaged in legislative process, lawmaking, which really is not the case. So for the comfort of our colleague, it is important to clarify where this is being derived from, so that on his own, he can go and ascertain the provision. And because he raises an issue, you are talking about big fish, smaller fish, and he's asking, where is this coming from? Where is big and small from? So, but the law makes provision on that. Even if you are talking about regulations, it's important to explain that the minister has authority under the fisheries and aquaculture law to provide regulations on sizes for purposes of creating comfort. I thought you would guide in that direction, Chair.
But in your understanding, is this a new session?
Chair, what I am explaining.
No, but I'm also asking you, is it a new session?
It cannot be
in the law.
It cannot be a new insertion when we are talking about a revision. Yes, it cannot be a new insertion. That's why I'm saying that the origin must be explained, but it cannot be a new insertion. And if it is new, then there is a problem.
Nathan?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to just provide some knowledge. The land Attorney General stated, this is a levy. That means it is a tax. It is not part of the license under the fisheries law. It is under the Finance Act. And that's why I wanted us to make it clear that a member might be, is right, he said it's online. He's looking online and I see the Fisheries Act does not talk about that. But when you go to the Finance Act, it talks about it. The Finance Act.
Madam Chair, you are given to me.
Finance Act.
You are given to me, right, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. Madam, Rule 71 is very clear. Once the question has been put, you cannot debate. The honorary members have been guided on what to do. If they want to recommit, let them recommit. If they want to have the law amended, you go and raise a private members bill for, but we are now being drawn back to the debate and yet you had already put a question. Are we proceeding right, Madam Chair?
You close. You close. Whoever is not satisfied, bring an amendment and we'll again bring it to this house.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, Honorable Chair.
The law is not cast on stone.
Having deleted the schedule and maintained the provision of currency points, we wish to introduce a provision which defines a currency point to read as follows. The acts specified in schedules 2, 3, and 4 are amended by inserting appropriately in the interpretation section in each act the following. Currency point has the value assigned to it in the schedule to the act, and the minister responsible for finance may, with the approval of Parliament, by statutory instrument, amend the schedule on currency point. I beg to submit.
Is that you heard what
Right, Honorable Chair and members, when we're doing the amendments before it went to the committee, we had sought to remove certain currency points and return them to shillings, but we agreed that we should put it back into everything being currency points. Now we are proposing that the provisions that are the acts that are provided for in schedules 2, 3, and 4 of this act should be amended by inserting in that relevant act in the interpretation section of the act the following. A currency point has the value assigned to it in the schedule to this act, because you see what we did, like what we did in the revision, we agreed that every act will provide a schedule on the currency point. So in case there is need to amend a particular act to change its currency value, you can change it without interfering with all of them.
if we Asuman, is that okay?
No, Madam
Or
Chair.
you've still not had?
Madam Chair.
No, Chair, it is consistent with the argument
No,
we've
Madam
been
Chair.
making about the issue of currency points. Just consistent, and we have had that argument before.
I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill, those in favor say the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Schedule 1.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Chair, I still stand clause 16 for recommittal, and I put the entire house on notice that I'm ready to beat you.
I have already communicated, I've said this law is not cast in stone. If you want to bring an amendment, come tomorrow, I give you permission and you'll bring an amendment.
Schedule 1.
Chair.
Schedule 1, repeal of specified acts.
And the amendment you're going to bring is on the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act, not on the revision.
Schedule 1 of the bill is amended by deleting item 2 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, and 4 corresponding with the repeal of evidence brackets bankers books act cap 7. B, by deleting item 3 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, and 4 corresponding with the repeal of the Justices Peace Act cap 17. C, by deleting item 13 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, and 4 corresponding with the repeal of the Portable Spirits Act cap 97. D, by deleting item 18 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, and 4 corresponding with the repeal of the Deposit Library and Documentation Center Act cap 125. E, by deleting item 20 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, and 4 corresponding with the repeal of the Makerere University in brackets Deposit Library Act cap 20. F, by deleting item 66 and all items that appear in columns 2, 3, and 4 corresponding with the repeal of the Cantonments Act cap 296. G, by deleting item 67 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, and 4 corresponding with the repeal of the Foreign Cement Status Act cap 300. H, by deleting item 80 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, and 4 corresponding with the repeal of the surcharges in brackets Revenue Act cap 344. And I, by deleting item 81 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, and 4 corresponding with the repeal of the tax exemption in brackets Uganda People's Defense Forces, Uganda Police Force, and Uganda Prison Services Act 346. J, by inserting immediately after item 90 the following. There's the number, the citation of the act, the title of the act, and justification of the repeal. The number is 91, the citation of the act is Act 1 to 14. Title of the act, the Anti-Pornography Act 214. Justification for repeal affected by the decision in constitutional petition number 13 of 214, Center for Domestic Violence Prevention, and 8 others was Attorney General. Justification to remove from repeal specified enactments which are still relevant in Uganda today since there exists no alternative legislation, making provisions for matters regulated under the specified enactments which had been proposed for repeal in clause 1 and schedule 1 of the bill. To harmonize schedule 1 with schedule 2. To remove from the statute book the Anti-Pornography Act since sections 2, 11, 13, and 15 of the act were declared unconstitutional, thereby rendering the act redundant.
Chair, Madam Chair.
Yes.
As regards the Anti-Pornography Act, repealing, I think, would not be a kind solution given the legislation we are all to have. But a redefinition of mainly section that rendered it ambiguous and large and wide would help this society. It would help because the issues we've been grappling with are those that get not only young people, but also elder people in those acts knowingly or unknowingly share them in those acts for purposes of procuring money. Let's see the spirit in which that law was brought. Then we can talk about repealing it from the shelves or doing a revision to the definition, render it relevant.
Attorney General.
I have no objection to the proposal by the committee as amended by the Honorable Member.
Any consent?
Chair, I agree and associate myself with the submissions of the Learned Council, Muhammad Inspectorate, and the Learned Attorney General. But another justification is to borrow the same argument by the Learned Attorney General, that you concentrate on what was declared unconstitutional and preserve what was not touched.
I have a few concerns with that recommendation of the committee. My concern emanates from the fact that pornography is a big problem and is on rise and is costly for us as a country. We are grappling with what our honorable colleague Bassaro is trying to address. I wanted to know from the committee why they will not address themselves to the specific sections of that law which the Constitutional Court would have been aggrieved with, like the one we did for Computer Misuse Act. In that case, we referred to the specific sections of the law which contravene the Constitution. We did not repeal the whole law. I'm sure the Anti-Pornography Act has good sections of the law which are still relevant. So when we repeal this, I don't know what we are going to do to contain. Maybe the Attorney General should really guide on the next steps.
Honorable, we are only talking about section 2, 11, 13, and 15, not the whole law. 2, 11, 13, and 15.
Chair, if
No.
that guidance is right, then the chair should come clear that we are addressing ourselves.
No.
Because her proposal was
Chair,
for the
can
whole
you
law
correct?
to be repealed.
What I said was to remove from the statute book, the Anti-Pornography Act. Since sections 2, 11, 13, and 15 of the act were declared unconstitutional, thereby rendering the act redundant. However, if you're insisting, we could say let's remove sections 2, 11, 13, and 15, which were declared unconstitutional. But you won't be able to use the act after that. But I think we could concede on saying, let's
cannot-
remove sections 2, 11, 13, and 15.
Yes.
Then we
Not
leave the
the
act
whole
and
act.
you see what to do.
That is
What
seconded.
is only rendered unconstitutional, but we are also redefining what section what? Section
2, 11, 13, and 15. are the
Yes,
ones
that's
which
what
were
we are
declared
redefining.
unconstitutional.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, the Attorney General already guided that we cannot touch any other part that the court did not pronounce itself about. That means we cannot even redefine at this time until at another opportune moment. That's what he said.
Chair, I think what the discussion on the floor suggests is that we should bring back the anti-pornography law. Look at what the Constitution.
Minus the 4.
Yes, minus the 4. Look at what the court said, what the Constitutional Court said, and make amendments to align the law with the pronouncements by the Constitutional Court. Not making amendments here, because again, in the guidance of the learned Attorney General, it's outside the purview of this parliament. Yes,
This
no,
provision.
of this parliament at this time when we are discussing law revision. And I will bring it because it has a bearing on our bill on anti-homosexuality, because one is a cousin of the other. So I will bring it here, giving you notice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, now like that both the Attorney General and the Chairperson concede that
But
we are
they've
not here
conceded.
to repeal the law.
No.
That one. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Chair and members, it is agreed that to remove from the Anti-Pornography Act sections 2, 11, 13, and 15 of the Act.
And redefine. Yes. I put a question that schedule 1 as amended by the committee and further modified by Honorable Selector and Attorney General stands part of the bill. Those in favor say I am contrary. Yes. The ayes have it.
Schedule 2.
Schedule 2, conversion of fines and other financial amounts in specified laws to currency points. Schedule 2 of the bill is amended. A, in item 2, under the Commissioner for Oaths (brackets Advocates) Act by substituting 20 million, appearing in the fourth column for 240,000, and 1,000 appearing in the fifth column for 12. B, in item 5, under the Notaries Public Act by substituting 20 million, appearing in the fourth column for 240,000, and 1,000 appearing in the fifth column for 12. C, by deleting item 8 and all the items that appear in columns 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, corresponding with the modification of the Adulteration of Produce Act Cap 27. D, by deleting item 9 and all the items that appear in columns 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, corresponding with the modifications of the Produce Protection Act Cap 32. E, by deleting item 10 and all the items that appear in columns 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, corresponding with the modification of the Prohibition of the Burning of Grass Act Cap 33. F, in item 11 under section 11.2 of the Animals in brackets Prevention of Cruelty Act by substituting 20 million, appearing in the fourth column for 120,000, and 1,000 appearing in the fifth column for 6. G, in item 27 under the Trade in brackets Licensing Act Cap 101 by deleting section 15.3 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, 4, and 5, corresponding with the modification of section 15.3 of the Trade Licensing Act. H, in item 28 under the Weights and Measures Act, 1 in section 44.2 by substituting 50 million, appearing in the fourth column for 240,000, and 2,500 appearing in the fifth column for 12. 2 in section 44.4 by substituting 40 million, appearing in the fourth column for 240,000, and 2,000 appearing in the fifth column for 12. 3, by deleting section 55 AS and all the items that appear in columns 3, 4, and 5, corresponding with the modification of section 55 AS. I, in item 30 under the Criminal Procedure Code Act by substituting 40 million, appearing in the fourth column with 480,000, and 2,000 appearing in the fifth column with 24. J, in item 45 in section 15 of the Veterinary Surgeons Act by substituting 120,000, appearing in the fourth column for 240,000, and 6 appearing in the fifth column for 12. K, in item 46 in section 27.1 of the Food and Drugs Act by substituting 40 million, appearing in the fourth column for 120,000, and 2,000 appearing in the fifth column for 6. L, in item 48 of the Public Health Act by deleting sections 13.2, 20, 21, 22.1, 23, 35, 36.2, 63, 67.3, 79.2, 83.7, 89.2, 94.2, 96.2, 97.2, 99.1, 192, 112, 128.1, and 133, and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, 4, and 5, corresponding with the modification of those sections under the Public Health Act. M, in item 51 under the Firearms Act by deleting sections 5.2, 16.3, 18.4, 33.4, and 36, and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, 4, and 5, corresponding with the modification of those sections under the Firearms Act. N, in item 52 under the Police Act by deleting sections 35.5 and 37 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, 4, and 5, corresponding with the modification of those sections under the Police Act. O, by deleting item 55 and all the items that appear in columns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, corresponding with the modification of the Rivers Act Cap 357. P, by inserting the following new items appropriately. There's a citation, the title of act, the provision, the fine, the modified fine, and the fine in currency points. For the first one, the citation of the act is Cap 300. It's the Foreign Seamen Deserters Act, Section 3. The fine is 300,000 Uganda shillings, 300 Uganda shillings. The modified fine is 3 million Uganda shillings. And in brackets, Section 4.1 of the Law Revision, in brackets, fines and other financial amounts in criminal matters Act number 14 of 2018. The fine in currency points is 150. The next is cap 125. Deposit, the act is Deposit Library and Documentation Center Act. The provision is section 4, the fine is 100 Uganda shillings. The modified fine, 1 million Uganda shillings. That's under section 4.1 of the law revision, fines and other financial amounts in criminal acts, criminal matters, act number 14 of 2008. The fine in currency points is 50. Cap 133, the Makerere University Deposit Library Act, Deposit Library in brackets. The provision is section 3, the fine is 100 Uganda shillings. The modified fine is 1 million Uganda shillings under section 4.1 of the law revision, fines and other financial amounts in Criminal Matters Act, number 14 of 2008, which amounts to 50 currency points. The next is the cap 296 of the Cantonments Act. The provision is section 5, 200 Uganda shillings is the current fine. The modified fine, 120,000. Under section 3.1 of the law revision, fines and other financial amounts in Criminal Matters Act, number 14 of 2008, and the currency points are 6. Then the next is, under that Cantonments Act, section 6, 100 Uganda shillings. The modified fine, 1 million Uganda shillings. Again, under section 4.1 of the law revision, fines and other financial amounts in Criminal Matters Act, number 14 of 2008. Those are 50 currency points. 200 Uganda shillings, 120,000 is the new one. The modified one, that is under section 3.1 of the law revisions, fines and other financial amounts in Criminal Matters Act, number 14 of 2008, and that amounts to 6 currency points. Under section 11 of the same act, 100 Uganda shillings is the current fine. The modified 40,000 under section 3.1 of the law revision, fines and other financial amounts in Criminal Matters Act, number 14 of 2008, and that comes to 2 currency points. The justification is to correct mathematical mistakes arising from the use of a wrong formula in modifying the second offense under section 6 of the Commissioner for Oaths Advocates Act, the second offense under section 5 of the Notaries Public Act, the second offense under section 11 of the Animals Prevention of Cruelty in brackets Act, the fine prescribed in the second offense under sections 44.2 and 44.4 of the Weights and Measures Act, the fine prescribed in section 1B of the Criminal Procedure Code Act, and the fine prescribed in section 15 of the Veterinary Surgeons Act, the second penalty in section 27.1 of the Food and Drugs Act. To include in Schedule 2 enactments that had been proposed in Schedule 1 for repeal, and which the committee has found still have a legislative purpose and should be modified instead of being repealed. To harmonize Schedule 2 with Schedule 1 by removing enactments that are proposed for repeal in Schedule 1, but had been proposed for modification under Schedule 2. To remove from Schedule 2 enactments that have been repealed, as well as provisions that have been affected by amendments to the enactments proposed for modification.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. I am just proposing an amendment, item 52 in the schedule on the Police Act. The committee proposes the deletion section 35.5, section 37, the fine set out therein. But as a consequence of the amendment made earlier, I propose that these be maintained. Beg to submit. Otherwise, I have no objection to the rest of the amendment.
Yes.
Seek some clarification under Schedule 2D, which is talking about deletion of item 9 in the Produce Protection Act. Because in Schedule 1, this same act is being indicated as repealed. But in Schedule 2, it appears that we are making an amendment on it. Then secondly, the other issue is that, which I want to bring you back again to Schedule 1, is that the Attorney General has given justification for repeal of the acts in item 6
11, 12, and 14 as enactment of a trade policy which has superseded the act. My understanding is that a trade policy cannot supersede an act. It precedes the act.
I'm a bit lost on where you are.
I am on schedule 2. I'm raising 2 issues. On 2D, where we're talking about the amendments on the Produce Protection Act, which under schedule 1, it has been put under the act to be repealed. Under schedule 1, item 6, the Produce Act is indicated as among the items to be acts to be repealed. But in schedule 2, we are again amending it. That is the contradiction that I'm observing under that. And then the second issue.
Let me deal with that, right, Honorable Speaker. When the bill was brought to the House, we had that mistake. Now, the committee is proposing to delete the under item number 9 of the schedule 2, to delete the Produce Protection Act from that schedule, so that the contradiction is then removed. The committee saw that error and proposed that we delete it in item 9. So it's removed from the schedule 2 now.
Chair, there was a second issue, which was related to schedule 1, whereby the Attorney General has given justification for repeal of the acts under item 6, 11, 12, and 14. The justification given is that these acts have been superseded by the National Trade Policy on Liberalization. My understanding is that a policy cannot supersede an act. It precedes an act. So the justification does not hold under that arrangement. Others will be creating a precedent whereby the policies will be above an act. That was the inconsistency that I had tried to bring under schedule 1.
I think what we should
You're
say,
talking about schedule 1.
schedule 1.
Which
Schedule
has
1
already
had already
passed.
been passed.
Yes, I was trying to raise the matter, but I didn't catch the eye of the speaker.
Attorney General, when we interacted with you, we pointed this out and we said it should be corrected. Because not only that, there are many aspects where repeal is as a result of policy. And we did advise that you don't repeal a law because of a policy. And we thought that maybe it could be handled along the way administratively for purposes of creating clarity. Otherwise, as the member says, it would send a very wrong precedent. But we made mention of it in the committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Basail. That's correct. I think it's the language. I didn't complete. The policy of government changes and renders the law either obsolete or redundant. For example, for you have an act which requires you to pay, like say, CTM. And then the policy of government changes and says, no, we are no longer going to charge CTM, we're going to do this. Then that law remains on the statute book and you do not repeal it.
Honorable Chair, just a humble contribution here. We appreciate the position of the Attorney General. Yes, from our perspective, for us who are sitting this side, I want to bring it clearly that the policy only remains a government's highest level of commitment that we will do this. But the law is for implementation. And this is an act of parliament. There's no way, in my opinion, a policy will supersede an act of parliament. Cabinet cannot sit today and say, we have changed our policy, and therefore the act that you had cannot work in this situation. It can't happen.
You're repeating the same thing, unless you just want people in me to hear you talk.
But no, right, Honorable Speaker, maybe.
You're repeating the same thing.
Honorable Speaker, Chair, maybe the colleagues didn't hear me well. The Attorney General is saying that when policy changes, it changes the way you are going to implement what? A law, which
No,
cannot
that's
happen.
not what he said.
He said it. He said it. He said it makes the law redundant. It can't, because the act remains enforceable.
Attorney General.
Right Honorable Speaker, the laws that we are proposing for repeal are laws of Uganda on the statute, but have not been
You first
implemented.
explain to him what a statute is.
So what we are saying, honorable colleagues, is that the purpose of this revision is that you may actually have a law which you are required to implement. But for some reason, that law has not been implemented for so many years that it has been rendered redundant. It does not mean that it is not law. That is why for you to remove it from the statute book, you must come back to Parliament and tell Parliament that as the executive, we have not implemented this law for so long. We don't think we can be able to implement it anymore. But the language, like Honorable Basari was saying, the language that was used in here should have explained the circumstances of each law and why it has not been implemented over time. And we will correct that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. When I critically go through the executive summary, the committee report, it actually definitely contradicts with what that we see. When you look at paragraph 2 of the executive summary, it speaks out about cleaning as the Attorney General claims. But paragraph 3,
He's
the
not,
object,
he's not just claiming, it is in reality.
Madam Chair, if it's in reality, I'm yet to prove. But paragraph 3 claims that the law and the object of the law revision, Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022, is to provide for the repeal of specific acts, which specific acts are not mentioned. And that
Specific, you know the problem you left, you've not been in the house throughout. The acts that we are repealing are acts that were rendered unconstitutional. That's the problem of coming, beeping. You beep, you come in, go out, come in, go out. If you're seated here like Nathan is there, you'd be knowing everything. You'd even know what has happened to your fish. Honorable members, I put a question that Schedule 2 as amended and modified by the Attorney General stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have this.
Schedule 3.
Chair.
Schedule 3. Conversion of fines and other financial amounts in the Penal Code Act, currency points. Schedule 3 of the bill is amended A by section 41 and other items that appear in columns 3 and 4 corresponding with the modification of section 40 of the Penal Code Act. B by deleting section 42 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3 and 4 corresponding with the modification of section 40 of the Penal Code Act. In section 154.1 by deleting all the items that appear in columns 1, 2, 3 and 4 corresponding with section 154 of the Penal Code Act, cap 120. D by deleting section 161.4 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3 and 4 corresponding with the modification of section 161.4 of the Penal Code Act. Justification. Section 41 and 2 of the Penal Code Act were declared unconstitutional by the decision of Andrew Mwenda and others versus Attorney General Consolidated Constitutional Petitions number 12 of 2005 and number 3 of 2006. The addition of section 154.1 of the Penal Code Act is a constitutional amendment arising from the amendment of clause 14 of the bill. The addition of section 161 is a constitutional amendment arising from the amendment of section 14 of the bill.
Osmani.
I associate myself with the views of the committee.
AJ,
No objection, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I don't have an objection, but when the chair was reading, like for example, reading 40, penal code, she never mentioned 40, clause 1, clause 1. Yeah, rather some clause 1. She was reading just 40, the Penal Code Act. Yes. So for purpose of record, it should be 41.
section 40, subsection 1 and subsection 2 of the Penal Code Act. Unless you just want to hear Robina's voice. Robina, can you repeat it so that Nathan hears your voice? You repeat it so that he can hear.
By deleting section 41 and all the items, that's how I said it, unless you want me to mention subsection, but by deleting section, no, it's not. It's on. By deleting section 41, Schedule 3 of the bill is amended. By deleting section 41 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, and 4, corresponding with the modification of section 41 of the Penal Code Act. By deleting section 42 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, and 4, corresponding with the modification of section 41 of the Penal Code Act. C, in section 154.1, by deleting all the items that appear in columns 1, 2, 3, and 4, corresponding with the modification of section 154.1 of the Penal Code Act, Cap 120. D, by deleting section 161.4 and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, and 4, corresponding with the modification of section 161.4 of the Penal Code Act. Justification. Section 41 and 2 of the Penal Code Act were declared unconstitutional in the decision of Andrew Mwenda and others versus Attorney General, Consolidated Constitutional Petitions number 12 and of 2005 and number 3 of 2006. The deletion of section 154.1 of the Penal Code Act is a consequential amendment arising from the amendment of clause 14 of the bill. The deletion of section 161 is a consequential amendment arising from the amendment of section 14.
Thank you. I put a question that schedule 3 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Yes, have this.
Schedule 3 as amended.
I put a question that schedule 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Yes, have this.
Schedule 4.
4.
Schedule 4. Conversion of fine from shillings to currency points prescribed in specified laws in force after 15th May. Schedule 4 of the bill is amended in paragraph 15 by deleting section 7A of the Police Act and all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, and 4 corresponding to the modification of section 27A of the Police Act, Cap 303. Justification. Section 27A was declared unconstitutional in the case of Olaro Tuno versus Attorney General, Constitutional Petition number 12 of 2010, for infringing Article 28 of the Constitution, thereby losing its liberty.
Smiley.
I associate myself.
AJ.
I have no objection to the proposal.
I put a question that schedule 4 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary. Yes, have this.
Schedule 4 as amended.
I put a question that schedule 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have this.
Schedule 5.
Schedule 5, conversion of financial amounts not being criminal penalties from currency points to shillings. Delete Schedule 5. Justification. Schedule 5 proposes to convert financial amounts not being fines in specific legislation from currency points to Uganda shillings, contrary to Section 5 of the Law Revision in brackets fines and other financial amounts in Criminal Matters Act. It exposes the financial amounts expressed in Uganda shillings to inflation, since the Uganda shilling faces inflationary pressures which erode the value of financial amounts. Yet, if the same financial amounts are expressed in currency points, they are shielded from inflation since the value of a currency point is known and is constant.
I concur, Chair.
Eji,
I concur.
I put a question that Schedule 5 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say the comment on the main. Next, average.
Schedule 6.
Schedule 6, modification of law fees, costs, and values in laws in force on 15th May 1987. Schedule 6 of the bill is amended A, in item 2 in the Magistrates Courts Act by deleting all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, corresponding with the modification of sections 195 to 194, 195.4, 2044, and paragraph 31.8 of the third schedule to the Magistrates Courts Act. B, in item 3 in the trial on Indictment Act by deleting all the items that appear in columns 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, corresponding with the modification of section 125.2 and paragraph 9.1 of the schedule to the trial on the Indictment Act. C, in item 5 in the Administration of Estates, brackets small estates, further brackets Special Provisions Act, by deleting all the items that appear in columns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, corresponding with the modification of section 7.2 of the Administration of Estates, brackets small estates, further brackets Special Provisions Act. Justification. The provisions identified above, which propose to totally repeal the provisions identified in an enactment, is misplaced here and have been inserted where they fall more appropriate, since the effect of the amendments is not a modification, but a total repeal of the provision.
Span.
We associate with the views of the committee.
I have no objection to the proposed amendment.
I put a question
Chair.
that Schedule 6
Madam
be
Chair, there's an
amended as
issue.
proposed. Those in favor say the
Madam
comment
Chair.
on the main. Next,
Schedule 6 as amended.
I
Access
put
to
a
justice
question
should be
that
reached.
Schedule 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say.
Schedule 7.
Schedule 7. Conversion of financial amounts expressed in pounds in specified laws to currency points. Schedule 7 is amended by inserting the following appropriately. The citation, the title of the act, the provision, the fine, modified fine, and the fine in currency points. Cap 97, which is the Portable Spirits Act, provision in section 2.2, the fine £500, a modified fine 2,400,000 Uganda shillings. Brackets £500 converted to Uganda shillings at a rate of Uganda 4,800 to £1 sterling. This is 120 currency points. And modified fines under section 3.1, so division fines and other financial amounts. Special of special amendments arising from amendment of schedule 1 of the file book on the list of enactments for review and Portable Spirits Act. I beg to submit.
Nathan, Asuman.
Madam Chair, before Osman comes in, I recall a pound was equal to 20 shillings. What rate?
Current point or pound?
Pound, all right, we want to know the type of the law. Because if you remember, a pound is equal to a square. Math. Electricity. Oh, yeah, that's why I'm kind of, so 500 pounds was at what time? So that you can now decide to break it, this no more. Might have been, we want that in 1996, 1980, when it was, at that time, for the period, 2020, cannot really come here again drastically.
Right, Honorable Chair. The Act currently provides that the fine shall be 500 pounds. Therefore, if you're convicted of that offense, you will give the government 500 pounds today. The 500, because when the court convicts you and says today, you are convicted and found guilty, you are therefore ordered to pay 500 pounds. You don't convert and then get into metric weight, no, you go and bring 500 pounds. So the 500 pounds of today have been converted using the exchange rate of today, 4,800. We use the Bank of Uganda rate, and then it has been converted in currency points.
Asman,
Chair, I agree.
AG,
I have no objection.
I put a question that Schedule 7 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Schedule 7 as amended.
I put a question that Schedule 7 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary. Ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Chair, I move a motion that the Committee of the Whole House, the whole House does resume, and the Committee of the Whole House does report that. I beg to.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports there too. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House considered the Law Revision Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2022 and passed it with amendments. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House. I beg to move.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Law Revision Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2022.
AG.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to move that the Law Revision Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Law Revision Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022 be read that time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Law Revision Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2023.
Bill passed and title set.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I'd like to thank you all very much for the time you have put in to this bill. On government's part, we really apologize that it has taken this long, but we do undertake to make sure that we will do it quicker to make our lives easier. But in a special way, I would like to thank the committee on legal affairs because they really kept us on our toes. We have not slept. They have been awake at everything. And as you may notice, a lot of things that we had skipped, that we had missed, the committee was able to see them and bring us and help us make this a good law. We really, really appreciate your work, and we appreciate the work of the technical team, and we thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the support you've given us with passing this bill. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, technical team, and look what.
In a
Yes.
special way, I want to thank the members of parliament who have sat
I
here
started
up
with the
to
house,
this
Right
time.
Honorable Speaker. It was the house I started with. I started with the house, but let me thank the house again. A second time again, I thank you very much. And we really appreciate the continuous debate that we have because it makes us better.
And
Thank you very
and
much.
thank Asuman.
That one, I have to thank him outside. Thank you very much, Honorable Suma.
Yes, Max.
Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to appreciate the Attorney General. And I pray that if only we could have ministers as flexible as the Attorney General, make our processes quicker. I think he has been very forgiving and allowing flexibility. And really, I must appreciate the Committee of Legal for the work they have done, and of course, my commander here, as Honorable Asuman, has I think done a commendable job. I want to thank you for working hand in hand with the Attorney General. I think you deserve to be the next Attorney General in our next government.
Honorable members, I want to thank all of you for enduring to stay in the house up to this time and for the good work you've done. Committee of Legal, Attorney General, Honorable Asuman, and most especially my members who have sat here before and after. Thank you so much. And it's just good practice to the ministers who are not here. And when your colleague has a government bill, that you should be in the house. Government chief whip, you need to whip your minister. Because this is a government bill. And the Attorney General was complaining that when their bills, they are here. Now today they have left me alone. Yes, but the ones who are here, I must thank you so much for being here. Ministers who are here. Tomorrow we shall be looking at the PDM reports, but we'll start with the Jagal report. And then on Thursday, we have the ministerial address. And next week, I want all of you in the house. Pass the sexuality in. And we want all of you in the house. You're either for us or you're for them. We have enough space. I don't even want that pretense that you know I was not here, I was where. We will gazette everywhere for us to see those homos. We adjourn the house to tomorrow at 2 Wednesday.